think that that will have to get.
So, you know, depending on what talking to your
The only reason I can fit anything in there, Rod, is because.
Unbelievable.
And then I got one, but there's no truck.
Really, okay.
No, there's nothing. My husband did it on purpose. Because
Shopping.
I have a business, so my other car is still goes on my
If you
business.
been called
So
to
he's like, you can't put nothing in there.
Yeah.
It stays
Yeah.
clean.
Got canceled.
It did. I think I'll fill up the load.
Yeah. Wrote a letter, but they called me and said that they had received the letter, didn't comment on the letter, whether that was sufficient or not.
Oh, that's me. I
Yeah.
go
Yeah,
to-
yeah, I think that's.
Received your letter, but it is a moot point as the
Tell her she needs to self-come.
for Tuesday, next Tuesday has been canceled. Therefore, there's no need to
Come because I
report
play.
that. She left a voicemail, so I just archived it.
It's fun. We play nine, the lady cooks us food.
I haven't
found
been in
nothing.
it.
No, I don't care what it is.
Yeah, most of the.
Oh, they like you. The one in Oakland County. Went almost 2 weeks. It was
Go right through Christmas
I
and
just
New
wanted
Year's.
to have fun.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
ask
I
her if
had
she
was on
needs a
another one
song,
that went probably
because I've been looking for another lead. But tell her on Thursday nights, it's 30.
really long. It was a medical malpractice. And it was just.
30. Wait, it's all the women
Yeah.
from Calcasta. They're friends with her. It's Granville.
Just
Granville. Just Granville.
It's about 5 miles.
to you.
It's about,
East of-
yeah,
From
no,
Ohio to Michigan.
no, it's
Or
about
Calcasta.
Calcasta, yeah, once you go through the intersection.
Haven't had
it's
any
like
trouble. The coming,
And just
they
tell
want
her,
their
hey,
tax.
because our sports cars are no good, because
Coming-
that's how I do, I
coming-
put it right in my clubs
Coming
in
from
the front
Ohio to
seat. and I
Michigan.
go.
Even if you've done it before, even if it's your second time around, you have to declare.
That's yeah, they're redoing the clubhouse.
The transfer process.
Played there
is just-
too.
it's just a page. It's
So
pretty
tell her-
much-
Is there an import tax
Grandview,
above the?
tell her to come on
sales
Thursday.
tax?
It's because the lady,
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
my wife, she does. So what she does, like these were our door cards. She puts together. door- Yeah. You know, you pay $12. You know, so it's,
There's not much to do. Not if you have the
yeah,
title.
it's, and nobody is. It's just fun. Tell her I'm putting a team together to play in the tournament for the library, for the Calcasta Library, because the last fundraiser they had, they only had one team of women and we won.
Good morning,
Because we were
sir.
the only women.
Yeah, well, that's.
We were
Hey, I
doing
apologize
47
for
women.
Sunday.
So,
Well,
tell her that
Just so you know, we cannot hear.
The audio was on when the meeting wasn't going on, but now it's not. So I don't know if something got hit.
How about now? Any sound?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It looked like, yep, I heard it crackle. Mhm.
Forward about an eighth of an inch.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the patience, everyone, with regard to that. So let's just do a quick mic check if at all possible. Heidi, are you online?
Yep.
Can everybody hear Heidi, even though her microphone is far, far away?
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Cheryl?
Should be able to hear that. You hear that?
Can you just talk in your mic?
Hello?
Got it.
Yes.
Check, check. And good morning, everyone. Yes, please.
Testing the podium.
And could we hear from the podium?
Yes.
Good, good. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate your patience. Okay, roll call has been completed. Adjustments to the agenda this morning. I do have a couple.
I have one as well.
Okay,
I'd like to provide an update on the Baird audit invoice.
okay. New business number 9. And what I'm recommending is that Greg Bird, our emergency manager for Grand Traverse County, is only available for a short time this morning until about 9:30. So I would like to move discussion of the hazardous mitigation plan to above public comment, if at all possible. Would the board entertain that?
That'd be fine by me.
Okay,
I'm good.
Cheryl?
Sure.
And then the second item I'd like to move is recommendation for appointments. Can we put that after first public comment?
I would like to do that.
I'm
After,
okay with that.
I'm sorry, Cheryl.
I guess I don't understand. Recommendation for appointments, that's way down under new business.
Right. And because we do have new appointees who are in attendance, we've already heard from previous folks that, you know, they may not want to sit through an entire meeting to be appointed. So I'm recommending we move them forward to just after the
Okay.
first public comment.
Sure.
Okay. Any other changes or adjustments? Any conflict of interest this morning? Okay, well, with that, let's move right to new business item number 6, which is review and approve hazardous mitigation plan. Good morning, Greg. Are you still online?
Good morning Supervisor Pop and Board of Trustees. How are you all this morning?
Well, good morning.
I appreciate you taking the time and understanding my conflicts to be able to address you this morning. And to get right to it, I did see that the natural hazard mitigation plan update was included within your packet. This is basically, it's a routine thing. FEMA mandates that we review and update our natural hazard mitigation plan for the county every 5 years. This was delayed 2 years due to the nasty little pandemic that we experienced over the past 2 years. But we did manage to do a very comprehensive 18-month review update. As you can see in the packet, and the majority of the back of the plan was the extensive public meetings and input. And your own chief, Brandon Flynn, was very active within that process, bringing things back and forth from in concern for Whitewater Township. So this is an update of the plan. Basically, it is a total option by the municipalities to adopt it as well. There's no room to maneuver. There's a very strict, very tedious guidance given to us from not only FEMA, but the state. And the challenge to that is addressing the entire county as a whole and making sure that our natural hazards that we're susceptible to are addressed. And I'll give you one example. As we were completing this process in the spring and summer, there was a push and a suggestion from the state that we remove tornadoes from a high-ranking top 5 natural hazard. We argued with that, and we may not experience tornadoes, but I know you're well aware we've had various straight-line windstorms that have been damaging. 3 days after they wanted us to remove that, the EF3 tornado hit Gaylord, and they immediately reversed their course on that, of course. So that's kind of the back and forth that we struggle with or we deal with the state. And our natural hazards did stay. A lot of them, Whitewater Township is susceptible to. If you looked at the plan, of course, the windstorms, the winter storms, and that we're not so much worried about depth of snow. But if we get, say, a foot of snow in a short period of time, plus we have negative double-digit temperatures, and then we experience some other hazard like a power outage, that is what we call a cascading event that builds upon those natural hazards that, of course, creates a life-threatening environment. So we went through all of those that are susceptible. Wildfire, we know Whitewater has a huge risk of as well, and we encompass them in there. Just some examples of things from the last plan that was valid from 2015 to 2020. Some accomplishments was the removal of the 2 dams on the Boardman River, which I know you're aware of. And then something that many people aren't aware of is the Department of Natural Resources actually installed 2 storm shelters at their state park campgrounds, one in Interlochen and one in Traverse City. Now, that's a state agency, but without the county and those municipalities, one in Green Lake and one in East Bay, haven't adopted the Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan, they will not receive grant monies for those projects. So those are some things that it opens you guys up to as far as eligibility for the pre-disaster mitigation grant program from FEMA, as well as their new grant program called Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. They're competitive. There's no guarantee that you would ever qualify for these projects. However, if you choose, which it is your choice, not to adopt the plan, then you can't even apply for these opportunities when they come along. So that's basically it. There's no financial obligation from the township. There's nothing that gives FEMA or the state or us really any oversight by adopting the plan. It's basically, it means that you're encompassing that we're susceptible to these natural hazards in the county. Whitewater Township is inclusive within this plan and does sustain these hazards. Then it does, if you choose to take advantage of any of those grant projects or programs to apply for them, it does enable you to do that. So that being said, I don't want to take too much of your time this morning. I know you have a big agenda. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Heidi, you're our resident FEMA expert.
I'm very happy to see this put back in the plan.
Any questions or comments?
I have none.
Okay,
This is a lot of work. It's very nicely done. Kind of reminds me of the master plan.
Cheryl,
No questions.
Don?
Mine got answered. I wanted to hear a little bit more about the brick grants, and he touched upon those and what eligibility might be there. Because there's obviously some things that may be of interest to us. So thank you for touching on that point right up front.
Okay. And I'll just say that while reading this plan, I was reminded of something that I was told by a planning commissioner. And that commissioner happens to be in the room today, that this reminds me of a historical plan more than it is a plan of the future. But as I read through it, I saw the immense amount of work that went through to really document all of the various natural hazards that really we may not think about. And lastly, I was surprised to see that invasive species made the list. And so that must be a growing concern for us as a county to begin to address.
Yes, sir. That was one of the things that in pandemic that we really didn't have a choice. We had to include that, which it is a growing concern. And you know, there is some skepticism whether they're really natural presenting hazards, but I digress. We decided as a group, and as you can see the participation point there, that it was no harm. And you know, this is one of your board members I heard just say, this is really a good reference material for community planning and master plans. And that's another reason that I overlooked in saying that this would benefit you in adopting it for the township as well.
Matter of fact, I did forward it to the planner because I felt something similar as Heidi Volmuth did. So really the only thing I think we need to modify here is, and I'm trying to find the page, is the resolution, which I think I had labeled as 2219. And that would be found on electronic packet page 156. And I think that should really now be resolution 2222.
Correct.
So with that minor change, if there are no other recommendations, I would move to approve resolution 2222.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Falmuth,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Motion passes. Greg, thank you. Have safe travels during the day if you're going. If not, may the electrons reassemble on the other end correctly for you.
Thank you, everyone. And I'll just say one more time, it is an absolute pleasure to have Chief Flynn as a member of our team. He's very active in our team and very insightful. So I appreciate Whitewater having a professional such as him that participates in the emergency management process.
That's kind of you to say it. If we had a camera on him, I would just let you know that he is glowing red right now with embarrassment.
Goodbye, all. Thank you.
Yep, bye-bye. All right. Thank you, board and public, for that indulgement. And so let's move to public comment here in the Township Hall. If anyone has public comment, please step to the podium and let us know what you're thinking.
Hello, my name is Michelle Loeffler-Robrath, and I reside here in Williamsburg. I am currently communicating with a group of individuals, over 40 at this time and growing daily. They would like to inform the township of our intent to make a request under article of the township zoning ordinance, request for amendment. This request is in regards to short-term rentals. We will submit the township as soon as this will be submitted to the township as soon as our attorney and citizen representatives have it prepared. Therefore, we are in need of a common sense ordinance to permit, allow, and regulate short-term rentals. I appreciate your time this morning and this opportunity to speak. I would like to stay for the remainder of the meeting, yet I need to go to work. So thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
All right, enjoy your day.
You
Can I
too.
get the
Thanks.
spelling of your first and last name, please?
Let me come on over. Michelle with 2 L's.
Okay,
Loeffler, Loeffler. Perfect hyphen.
how do you spell it?
ROHRAFF. Thanks.
ROH, what was that?
What was the rest?
Oh, sorry. Did you get the first part?
Uh-huh.
ROHRAFF.
And what does that stand for?
RORAF?
Yeah.
Last name?
Oh, okay.
I'm a Loeffler who married a RORAF, so that's how that worked.
What?
My last maiden name was Loeffler, and I married a RORAF.
Yeah, I guess you did.
Bye.
I thought that was the name of the group. I thought, huh,
We don't
that's,
have a name yet.
that's an acronym. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Anyone else here in the public hall?
Tree Swooper, 6575 Cook Road, Williamsburg, Michigan. I'm here as a resident and deputy clerk. We have a lot of uncontrolled attorney expenses in this township, and there are no checks and balances for a board, planning commission, or zoning as to why or when they should use our attorneys for their options. There is one person on the board that uses the attorney privilege on every whim that comes to his mind or his personal agenda. If someone doesn't agree with his opinion or thoughts, he goes straight to the attorney. There should be procedures in place so that anyone in this township, before they use our attorney, have procedures set that they can go to before the attorney we incur all these costs. Case in point, he just went to the attorney on a zoning problem. Instead of going to the zoning administrator, instead of going to the board to get a resolution, he went to the attorney. It cost us over $1,000 in 1 month. I'm sure it's going to continue because his always do. And if this is, the attorney has or the zoning administrator has over 22 years of experience. He has minimal experience in zoning. Another instance is that he has a PO on his desk for the last few months to get the shed fixed at Circle Hill for $1,200. He is still sitting on it. And we're going to wait until the building falls in and we have to pay for a new building because he is sitting on it. And we have a quote on it, and it's from a guy that has construction. He happens to be our cemetery sexton also. He has no problem calling the attorney, but he has a problem with getting stuff fixed in this township. Just like the batteries that set out there in March, he had a big fit here in the township that we needed to move those batteries away from the building. We got everything he needed right away, and it sat there until now. There needs to be some control over what goes on in this township. And I'd like to see it done.
Anyone else here in the township hall?
Morning, Denise Peltonen. That my comment is prompted somewhat by the village council update for the village of Elk Rapids, but this pertains to our township. And my request is to add my public comment in the record of this meeting wages paid to Lois McLean as recording secretary for the township board meetings. Over the past several months, this township board has not followed up on the request to determine troubling concerns about the payment of wages to Lois McLean as recording secretary of the township board meetings. According to the Michigan legislature regulations, the township clerk has the duty to record the minutes of the township board meetings. Lois McLean has been paid as recording secretary of the township board meetings by whom and from what township funds? This question needs to be answered, but more concerning is where did the money come from and to pay her wages as recording secretary, as this is part of the legal duties of the township clerk, Cheryl Goss. An oversight committee should have access to the township clerk's budget fund number 205-703 wages for Lois McLean. I am requesting a review of all wages paid to Lois McLean to include the check dates, amounts, original amounts, accounts drawn from, canceled and reissued checks to her, who authorized the checks to be paid to Lois McLean and who signed the checks cashed. According to the general accepted accounting principles, the checks should be signed by someone other than Clerk Goss and Deputy Treasurer Lois McLean. Clerk Goss notified the board she was no longer doing FOA requests as of 9/7/22. However, Clerk Goss still has to provide access to the records. This should be completed by the board trustees who have a fiduciary responsibility to the township taxpayers. If this is not acceptable to the board, hire an accounting firm. If this is deemed that these were unauthorized expenditures, how are these funds going to be reimbursed to the township taxpayers? Was this an unauthorized expenditure moved from one township fund to another? If so, the reimbursement should be made by the responsible parties, either the clerk for double payment of duties personally required by her legally, or by paying wages to Lois McLean, or by Lois McLean herself. Either way, the township residents need a public report and an explanation to the township board. The critical issues for the township board are compliance with Michigan law and accountability to Whitewater Township taxpayers. A legal opinion was mentioned in Supervisor Pop's memo dated 8/23/22. It is in that month's packet. As the recording of the township board meetings is the duty of the clerk, only her deputy, Teresa Hooper, could stand in for her. Lois McLean is the deputy treasurer and does not work for the clerk's office. Separation is needed for checks and balances and public accountability. Please pay close attention today to page 107 of the township board packet. You will see a dated 10/5/22 memo by Cheryl Goss request for budget amendments in parentheses of transfer funds for recording secretary wages of $2,450 moved to account 101-215-703, which is the clerk's 703 wages account. These wages, if paid to Lois McLean, as recording secretary, cannot be paid from the clerk's 101-215-703 wages account. What account did these funds come from? The 2/23/22 township board packet, the 2/23/22 township board packet that was during the budget process, page 9 budget worksheet has the 215 clerk 703 wages account requested as $13,500. Now, in this 12/13/22 meeting packet on page 110, clerk 703 account is given as $18,860 on budget worksheet page number 3. And I'm not sure what this means, REV. Okay, 6-30-9/30/22 in your packet. When was this revised packet approved? And I'll just skip. We can, I have my remarks to hand to you. We can all understand that mistakes can be made, but there must be transparency and compliance with the law and accountability for taxpayers' money in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the township hall? Okay, so out in Zoom, If anyone would like to make a comment, please feel free to raise your hand and we will attempt to find you. I don't see any hands raised at this time.
No, there's a hand for Connie Highmore.
Yep, I see you. We have 3 pages of attendees on Zoom this morning. I apologize. And so Connie, would you like to have a public comment?
Yes, thank you. Connie Highmore, Bags Road. Thank you for serving our community. It's not lost on me that these are challenging positions that can require many hours that are not inside those walls. I see you, I hear you, and so do other people in the community. I'll echo Ms. Hooper's comment at the end of her public comment. There needs to be some control in this hall. I don't know why I'm surprised of the firestorm created by the township newsletter this month that was sent out with the taxes. Zoning Administrator Bob Hall's front page news about short-term rentals has caused quite a ruckus in the community, not unlike the controversy of the costly marijuana lawsuit, the ongoing boat ramp and over budget project, the extended closure of High Prairie Park this summer, the dugout debacle, the land division / ordinance issue. It seems that those of us watching these meetings are front seat witnesses to the township, often putting the cart before the horse. Also, personal opinions and views should not be in the newsletter. It's so unprofessional. Some of the page-long reports are baffling, as I've sat in these same meetings and questioned some of what's written. The short-term rental people are confused, angry, and want questions answered. The statement on the newsletter and on the Whitewater Township website is not backed up by any ordinance that I can find. Please stop creating these huge township issues until you have a solution in mind and on paper. We need positive actions in the township, and getting on track is what we need, not more lawsuits. Thanks for your time. Have a great meeting.
Thank you. Now I see some hands up. Good morning, Vicky.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. As I always say, thank you very much for your time and efforts in our township. I am going to echo some of the comments that were made, but I have a lot of things to cover today. I'm going to try to keep it brief, but I am going to send a copy because one of the things I've noticed is that public comments in the past, it was at least documented what the public comments are about. And now we don't see anything except for who spoke. So I'm wondering, do public comments not matter to you? The board meeting really should be discussed to be moved to the evening again. There are so many people that want to attend, but cannot be available during the day. I noticed in the agenda that it says you're contemplating if Zoom will continue. If you're going to continue meetings during the day, then Zoom has to be part of what you guys have going forward in order for residents to be able to participate that work. The clerk keeps adding to the packet past the deadline that you all set for the board meetings. You guys had lengthy discussion about this and it keeps being added late. And then you go ahead and add it to the meeting. So I'm not really sure if your deadlines really do matter. How can everybody properly prepare for a meeting if you don't have the time to review? There have been many comments made by the board members that make it quite obvious that there is not a review of the entire packet. And again, if you don't have time to do it, we are counting on you to be representing us. I also would like to know how the handling of Lois being paid to do the clerk's job is going to happen. It appears to me that it was done illegally. And my question is, what else is being done illegally? I know that you actually had an audit, but maybe if something comes out, we should be looking at a forensic audit. Whitewater Township residents deserve to have our tax dollars handled properly. You are all fiduciaries for the township and the residents. My other question has to do with the newsletter. Since it goes out to all the residents, it's quite the mouthpiece for those of you that put something in there. I'm wondering who decides what the content is and what is allowed. The clerk used this last newsletter to get her opinions and personal agenda out to all residents. And it only shares her perspective. Shouldn't the newsletter be unbiased and factual? I quote from the newsletter, "Recently, some disturbing actions have taken place." And she also wrote, "The planned transfer of a huge portion of park fund user fees appears to be an attempt to defund the boat launch entryway improvement project." Again, who is making that decision? That is something that's showing as an observation. And finally, regarding short-term rentals. I too want to know where it says that they are illegal. Can anyone tell me where the ordinance is that restricts, defines, or otherwise discusses short-term rentals? It has been stated that there isn't an ordinance that states they are permitted. So what does that mean? You don't have an ordinance that states that I can have a bird feeder. Does that mean that I can't have a bird feeder in Whitewater Township? The board deciding that you can just declare something illegal and it becomes a law is a big problem. Where is the due process, the accountability, the record of decision, the content of the governed, the opportunity for the public to comment? I'm sure most of you are aware of a bill in Lansing, HB 4722. Why are you going after this before the state is done with their standards? As always, thank you for your time, and I will be sending a copy so that my comments are properly documented. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one I see with a hand up is Stephanie. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I've never spoken at these. I didn't plan on it this morning, but there are a couple things I want to echo. First off, with Vicky, I agree that the 9 a.m. on Tuesday meetings are really hard for younger folks, working folks, parents to make happen. I am currently double working and watching online and trying to stay afloat, but it's almost impossible at 9 a.m. on a weekday to make this happen, especially when they go so long. If you could split it up or make it an evening, that might be better. And please don't get rid of Zoom because that's the only way that people like me can attend while we're working. I also want to speak on the short-term rentals. I saw the newsletter as well as Vicky and Michelle and everybody, and it was worded as illegal. And that's frustrating because as I understand it, there's no language on it. It's not in the zoning. That doesn't mean it's illegal. And so you've got families like me that we started renting last summer for about 3 weeks. We stayed locally with a family in Traverse City, so we were close by. And all of our renters were tourists that spent money in the area. They went to Shorts, they went to wineries, they were very respectful. We left firewood out for people. They didn't even have fires outside. So I know that they were not a nuisance. I checked in with my neighbors, and that extra cash flow was huge for a young working family like mine that have young kids. And we were able to pay off some student loans. It was very beneficial. You've got a lot of young families in Whitewater Township that rent, and then they also camp and stay close by. And that extra money is helpful for families. We've got tourists, we've got horse show folks. And I think it's very important in this area where we live that this remains something that we can do. It's our property and our choice. And I totally agree with regulations, noise ordinances. You know, we want to be respectful of my neighbors. I don't want to have any issues. And I always check to see, did anything happen? Can we do anything differently? Something that we came up with because a neighbor was uncomfortable was putting up a fence, and that's fine. That's their choice. But it is beneficial for families that could use the extra money, especially if we're local. I'm not living downstate. I can come and check on my property. There should be zoning and regulations for this, but not just saying it's illegal because it's not worded that way in the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up in Zoom. So we will then continue on with our agenda. And we will move to appointments, which is new business number 5 in the agenda. And that will be packet page 137. 137. Everyone get there? All right, I'll assume everybody is there. Excuse me. First one is for Board of Review. This is a reappointment of Mr. Eric Sanborn of 7905 Cook Road, Williamsburg, Michigan, to a position on the Whitewater Township Board of Review in accordance with Public Act 206 of 1893, Section 28, subsection 1, Michigan Compiled Law 211.28, subsection 1. The term will end on December 31st, 2024.
I'll make the motion appointing Eric Sanborn to a 2-year term on the Whitewater Township Board of Review.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
Another appointment for the Board of Review is Brenda Baker of 5982 Cook Road, Williamsburg, to a position on the Whitewater Township Board of Review in accordance with the same Public Act and MCL numbers as previously stated. This term will end on December 31st of 2024.
I'll make a motion to appoint Brenda Baker to the Board of Review, term ending 12/31/2024.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Another Board of Review appointment is for Tammy Jarvis of 5387 North Broomhead Road, Williamsburg, Michigan, to a position on the Whitewater Township Board of Review in accordance with the same Public Act 206 of 1893 and Michigan Compiled Law 211.28. The term will end on December 31st of 2024.
I'll make a motion to recommend Tammy Jarvis to a 2-year term on the Whitewater Township Board of Review. The term will end on December 31st, 2024.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
So Cheryl, I'll reach out to those folks because they have to re-update their oath to you within 10 days of today.
correct.
Is there any time that you're not available from your posted hours, any vacation schedule that we need to be aware of or anything like that?
Well, I don't have my calendar in front of me. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't have that right in front of me though, so.
Sure. Okay.
They can call my office and that's what they should do is call my office.
You
and
want
let me
them to
know when
call
they're
you?
gonna- Yeah,
Okay.
and make an appointment to come in.
Okay. On packet page 140 begins Planning Commission members, and this is a reappointment of Carl Robel of 9806 Elk Lake Trail, Williamsburg, Michigan, 49690, to a seat on the Whitewater Township Planning Commission. This recommendation is in accordance with Public Act 33 of 2008, Michigan Compiled Law 125.3815, Section 15, and Whitewater Township General Ordinance Number 42, Section 102. The term will end on December 31st, 2025.
I'll make a motion to appoint Carl Rubel to the Planning Commission, term ending 12/31/2025.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Goss, yes. Balmuth,
Yes.
The next appointment is for Rachel Steelman. Now, Rachel did fill in a seat for a previous planning commissioner. And as you'll notice on this recommendation, this is a 2-year recommendation rather than the normal 3-year. As my document indicates, we are allowed to appoint or recommend for appointment something other than a 3-year term for the first time for their first real appointment. And this will allow us to get more in line with our ordinance, which requires about 1/3 of the planning commission to be up for a reappointment each year. So for that reason, I am recommending Rachel Steelman of 7315 Crisp Road, Williamsburg, Michigan, 49690, to a 2-year term position ending December 31st, 2024 on the Whitewater Township Planning Commission. This recommendation is in accordance with the Public Act, as previously stated, Michigan Compiled Law, and Whitewater Township General Ordinance.
I'll make a motion to confirm and recommend the appointment of Rachel Stillman to the Planning Commission for a 2-year position. The term shall end December 31st, 2024.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Balmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
The next position up for recommendation is Mr. Rod Rebant to the Planning Commission. And as you'll notice, I have similar reasonings for recommending Mr. Rebant for a one-year term to the Planning Commission to get us kind of back on track to the 1/3 replacement. I see Mr. Rebant is here in the audience. And if you wouldn't mind, can you step to the podium, Rod, for any questions or answers?
Rod, I would just like to say, we talked probably close to a year ago, maybe a little less than that. And we talked an awful lot about volunteerism and what it means to you and how you spend time in the community. This is more of a statement. I'm well aware of you allocate so many hours a year and you do not take that very lightly in terms of where you feel that you can have an impact and make a difference. And I really appreciate the fact that you've stepped forward and feel that this is a good use of some of your volunteer hours in 2023. I'm very pleased to see you at the podium, and I really have no questions because we've talked at length over earlier in 2022, and so we covered a lot of topics, and thank you for sharing those hours with us.
Thank you, Don.
Anyone else have a question? Yeah, sure.
I have questions.
Mhm.
Okay, Rod, you and I have met and talked a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the Planning Commission meets on the first Wednesday of every month at 7 p.m., occasionally more often, and their meetings usually last 2 hours or maybe a little longer. There's a small amount of compensation for attendance, but it's pretty much a thankless job. Why do you want to participate in this group?
Well, as Don stated, I have been involved in community volunteerism for quite a number of years. And I feel it's an obligation that I'm in a position to be able to do. I sit on 2 active boards right now, one dealing with disabled veterans. I'm also a Army veteran. I sit on a board at the Watershed Center of Grand Traverse, and I've been on that board for 2 terms. And I also sat on a board for the Island Lake Association for 2 terms. I think it's important to be part of your community. There's parts of the community that are very underserved, and there are parts of the community, such as Whitewater Township, that really need assistance in developing and issuing the 5-year planning document. And along with that, we also have to make sure that the zoning is appropriate. So in answer to your question, I'm used to it. I'm committed to whatever it is that needs to be done, and feel honored to serve.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any education, training, or experience related to planning or zoning?
I don't have any. I understand that there are options once I get onto the board where I can receive that training, and expect that the members that I would be working with can help facilitate where the priorities should be spent.
Okay. What skills and abilities would you bring to the Planning Commission?
Well, I spent 32 years in a chemical company downstate, and the majority of that time was in an IT global management position. So I had financial responsibilities. I had deliverables of service responsibilities, so I understand what it costs to deliver service. I understand how important deliverable, reliable service is in answering the questions of your customer base. I suppose because it was an international assignment, I did have to deal with local country issues as far as equipment, services, employees' involvement. So in a sense, there is some zoning that was of international capacity. China as an example, Japan as another example.
Thank you. How do you envision Whitewater Township growth? Are you pro-growth or are you anti-growth?
I would say pro-growth with the understanding that the community participate in what that growth should look like, where it should be. I've been following the local townships and I'm seeing a rather startling number of medium density housing occurring in East Bay Township. And it's near a corridor which feeds Supply Road. So we're going to see something happening on that side of our boundary. The question is still open about Acme Township. 72 is our shared corridor. We also have to the north of us, Elk Rapids, and they also are looking at what their future is. So it's important to us to understand the impact of the communities that surround us. And that should be factored in because irregardless of what we do, there is an impact that comes from our neighbors. So I think it's important to understand that greater picture and also understand what our community is asking for.
Okay. Have you read the master plan or the zoning ordinance?
I have, and I've also read the community survey that went out in 2009. And I would say the issues that the community addressed in 2009 are still the same issues, which is we need to solidify our 5-year plan. We also need to make sure that zoning matches a requirement that the community is willing to support. And I would say that's the number one issue in 2009. In my personal opinion, it still is.
Okay. Have you attended planning commission meetings? Have you been attending those?
For the last 6 months, I have not. Periodically I do, but I go back to 2005 as being somewhat of an active participant on this side of the room for both the PC and the board on issues that I have an interest in.
2005, you said?
Yeah.
Is when you were an active participant?
I was sitting here as a member of the public.
What was the issue that you were so interested in?
Well, at that time, there was a developer who was going to build higher density, somewhere in between medium and high density housing on a parcel off of Supply Road. And it was about 120 acres.
The Gordon Weber property?
Gordon Weber, yes. And we had issues. I was not on the Island Lake board at that time, but we had issues of that impact because it would all be wells and septics in the adjacency of up to 131 homes on that small acreage was of concern.
Wasn't that 100 acres?
Was probably 113, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
There's also a parcel that belongs to Union Township, so
Yeah.
over
And it-
100 acres.
And part of it actually is on the north side of the road too, I think.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you haven't been to planning commission meetings in the last 6 months, and what is your rate of attendance prior to that? I mean, did you go once a quarter or every other month or?
I would say it depended on the topics. On average, I would say 3 to 6 meetings per year for the last 10 years.
Okay. How do you define private property rights?
Well, I don't know that it's my definition. The definition that I need to follow is, you know, what does the local, what does the township, county, and the state define? I don't want to be moving my personal thoughts into some of the decisions that are ahead of us.
Okay, well, you are aware that the United States Constitution and the Michigan Constitution both speak to private property rights, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, and if you are selected to serve, you'll be required to take an oath swearing or affirming that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state. Are you going to be able to successfully follow your oath?
I would say as a veteran, that oath was important to me, and it still is important to me.
That's all the questions I have.
Heidi?
I have none.
And Pop has no questions. And that is in part due to 3-4 months ago, maybe a little longer, you made time to come in and introduce yourself, make it known that you were interested in this position. And we really covered all of my questions during that meeting. So thank you for that time, well in advance of this meeting.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service, by the way. So there is a motion made and
There's been
seconded.
no motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to confirm the recommendation of the supervisor appointing Rod Rebant to a 1-year term position on the Whitewater Township Planning Commission. The term will end on December 31st, 2023.
I'll second the motion.
Now there's a motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
Yes. So very similar to those folks with the Board of Review. We do need to get your oath administered. So I think the proper protocol as discovered here this morning is if you could call the clerk and set an appointment to do so, that'd be terrific.
Great.
Welcome to the team.
Well, thank all of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Beginning on packet page 149 is the next appointment, and I do need to make an announcement that I did make an error in this particular document. I have 2 names on it, but Mr. Keith DeYoung is the intended recommendation. So Mr. DeYoung is here present this morning. If you could make your way to the podium. Keith came to us back in July or thereabouts and handed in his multiple interested application for appointment. So thank you very much. And I don't know if any of you had an opportunity to meet with him. Cheryl, I think he handed the document to you, so you might have interviewed him then, but do you have any questions for
No.
Keith?
I don't do any interviews with people when they hand me applications. I do have questions. Yes. Hi, I'm Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
There wasn't a lot on your application as far as information about you, so I've got quite a
Okay.
few questions.
Fire away.
So similar to the questions I had, well, first of all, I guess have you lived in Whitewater Township your whole life?
No, graduated from Bel Air High School.
From where?
Bel Air
Air?
High School.
Okay,
Lived in the Traverse City area most of my life. Worked federally last 11, 12 years. So lived here, but traveled a lot.
okay, where did you travel to?
Well, I worked out of the Detroit field office and I worked out of the Minneapolis field office.
Okay,
I traveled all over the world, well, all of the United States.
okay. So how long have you lived in Whitewater Township?
Oh, let's see. About a year.
Okay, and where did you live just prior to that?
Green Lake Township.
How long were you in Green Lake Township?
8 years
8 years? Okay. thank you.
approximately.
Okay, okay. Okay, so I guess you probably heard me tell Rod
Yes.
when the planning commission meets
Right.
and, generally once a month, 2 to sometimes 3 hour meeting. And I think the current pay is $70 for a meeting. So that's your prep time outside of the meeting and attending the meeting. So not a lot there. What has spurred you to apply to the planning commission?
Well, I've been in public safety all my life, so I've given myself to protect the public, and I've retired now. So I've been on a lot of boards, and I wanted to kind of give back and be involved in the community I live. And now that I'm retired, I have the time to do that. Prior to that, traveling and working the hours I did, I wasn't able to do that. So
Sure, yeah. Okay. So then I take it you don't have any education, training, or experience that you're going to bring to the planning commission. You would expect to get that at the planning commission?
well, I feel I do have a lot as far as planning. is
I'm sorry.
concerned.
Oh, related to planning or zoning? What is
Uh,
that education and experience?
Well, the experience I have is actually in board meetings and planning and organizing, getting things done, laws, understanding opinion versus laws versus how to bring them all about, how to bring people together. I think that's probably my best quality is bringing multiple people together and understanding that everybody can't have their way. We have to come to an agreement that makes things happen. I guess that's what I would bring to the table is experience involved in that. I was the president of the 7th District Emergency Management Board. I was the chairman of the 7th District Homeland Security Planning Board. I was the vice president of NENA, national chapter of NENA, which is the National Emergency Number Association. As a 911 director, I worked with a lot of county boards, a lot of township boards. Emergency management director did the same thing. As local police, worked a lot with township boards, trying to get what they expected to work in the different townships. Fire department, same thing. Short-lived fire department. Almost died in a 2-story fire in Mansalona, and that's what spurred me to become something safe, like a cop.
Right. Where were you on the 911 board?
I was the
Municipality, was that?
I was a director for Antrim County 911,
Oh, okay.
and I was a deputy director for Grand Traverse County 911.
When did you retire from that?
I did not retire. I went to the federal government.
Oh, okay.
Well, I went to emergency management. Started out in when I left Antrim and came to Grand Traverse as a dual role, deputy director of 911 and emergency management, then switched over to just emergency management and then went
Yeah.
to the federal government.
Okay. What would you say your attitude is about growth in Whitewater Township? Are you generally pro-growth? Are you anti-growth? What's your kind of mindset on that?
My mindset is growth is going to happen. We need to try to help whatever the public opinion and the laws of the state and the ordinances that we have to kind of funnel that together and try to get ahead of it, I believe. I see a lot of townships running into issues because the growth is getting ahead of them. And I believe that it's again, planning is probably the most important part of what everybody does here. You know, prior planning will prevent a lot of issues. And that's what I hope to help. So I don't personally
Planning is good and planning is necessary, but planning does have to take into consideration private property rights.
and that's what I explained as far as the
Yeah.
laws and the
Right,
ordinances and
exactly.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
And being a property owner, I enjoy the laws that I have.
Right.
Yes.
So have you been attending any planning
I
commission
have not
meetings?
yet, no. I just recently retired and prior to that, I have had
Okay.
no time to do any of that.
All right. And similarly to, and obviously you've been in law enforcement and all that kind of stuff. So you've, I'm sure taken oaths before. And
Any-
so in government, the oath, as you were in government, you know, you are swearing or affirming to support the US and Michigan constitutions, which both do speak to private property rights. And so you'd be required to take that. And of course, you're going to be supporting your oath, I believe, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have.
Don?
Oddly enough, I have none. Cheryl has just about covered every potential one I had, so. Very thorough.
Heidi?
All covered. I'm good.
Well, I just want to say that from your application, I was excited anytime somebody wants to belong to Whitewater Township Border Commission, right? And then once we got to meet and actually talk, you breezed over several committees with acronyms that you are on. And I just feel so blessed that you can bring that board management experience to the Planning Commission, potentially. And, you know, I can't thank you enough for being willing to share some of your valuable time with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call. when
Well,
we're-
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
we
Go
have
ahead,
made,
Don.
we have made a motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I made the same mistake twice.
I will make a motion to confirm the recommendation of the supervisor appointing Keith DeYoung to a 3-year term position on the Whitewater Township Planning Commission. The term shall end December 31st, 2025.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Cheryl, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just, I want to ask, did anyone ask you to apply to
No.
the planning commission? Okay. Very good.
Matter of fact, I tried to get you to go to board of review. I told you how much fun it was and everything. Motion made and seconded. Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop?
Yes.
Valmuth?
Yes.
Congratulations. So it's same as the others, if you could just kindly call Cheryl and set up an appointment to take your oath again.
Will
And
do.
again, excited to see you. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Mhm. Good. The next recommendation begins on packet page 152. And here we are at the Zoning Board of Appeals. Mr. Skip Lake has agreed to serve once again. So this is a reappointment of Therwin Skip Lake of 5463 Broomhead Road, Williamsburg, Michigan, 49690, to a post on the Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals in accordance with Public Act 110 of 2006, Michigan Compiled Law 1253601, subsection 7, the Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals bylaws, section 5, subsection E, as amended. The term will end on December 31st, 2025.
I'll make a motion to confirm the recommendation of appointing Theowin Skip Lake to a 3-year position on the Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals. The term will end on December 31st, 2025.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Goss, yes. Valmuth?
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
Motion passes. And that concludes appointments. Thank you, team, for allowing the shuffling. Thank you, Daryl Nelson, for being patient. So I think we come back to the normal agenda. There are no public hearings. So we're at reports and presentations. And welcome, Daryl Nelson.
Thank you, Daryl Nelson, County Commissioner, and congratulations and thank you to all the new appointees. It's always good to see people step up for the fun and challenging role of public service. It's great to have people do it, and we certainly appreciate everybody in the room that does that. So thank you. Also, for your fire chief, thanks for his involvement with setting up the new plan. I also saw him at the new emergency center that we have at the county in the bunker in the basement, so to speak. That was some money we spent this year to upgrade that. Chief can probably speak more to the capabilities of that, but there's video capability out into the field between county buildings and whatnot. So during emergencies and whatnot, that's a facility that can come in very handy. And Unfortunately, we seem to have large and small of those on a regular basis, so it's nice to be prepared. At the county level right now, we seem to be all things ARPA on the board side. We've handed a lot of things over the last 2 years to county administration. That's been kind of getting panned out. And then PSC and the community RPAC board volunteers turned over their recommendations to us a week ago tomorrow. So tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we have a listening session where we're going to take community. The whole entire meeting is basically going to be public comment from people on who have applied or want to comment on the applications. The results that came back from the RPAC committee were a little bit different than I had understood them to be. They did come back with a scoring and also a 1, 2, and 3 tier recommendation. So that was a little bit of a surprise to me. I didn't think it was going to come back that way. Puts us in an awkward position in that they took one of the 5 buckets and gave a little bit extra emphasis to that than some of the other ones. They looked at what was caused by COVID versus the kind of the instructions from the federal government. So the board ultimately has a responsibility for all of those decisions that are going to be made. And I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult because we may or may not, I can't say how we're going to go because I don't know, but we may go against some of the 1, 2, or 3 tier recommendations are based on scoring. So I say that because some people were concerned that they weren't in the highest recommendation and figure that means I'm out. And that doesn't mean that at all. One of the, as you guys know, the way that government works is we have the Open Meetings Act. So the board cannot legally discuss amongst ourselves how we're going to position those. What each of us have kind of done is we've been doing our research within talking to the different people, getting to understand. Some of them are relatively simple to understand. Some of them are more complicated. Some of them, as we got the full packet, we can look down, we can do interviews with people who have applied. I've tried to understand all the ones in my own district, but there's also other ones that I'm doing research. So it's been a lot of time, a lot of effort to do that, but that's what we need to do. And then on the 21st, we're going to come back together, and that'll be the first time that we deliberate as an entire board of commission on those things. I would expect that to be a somewhat entertaining meeting. So
Is that the 21st?
21st of
January?
December, 21st of
Oh.
December, we're meeting, holding out the 28th as another meeting that maybe we can meet again. The intention is to, let me back up. So we have $18 million. We have about $78 million in requests. And every one of those requests, somebody has poured their heart into, and it's a very good cause, a need, an effort. And so basically for every 10 people that ask for money, we're going to say no to 8 of them and say yes to 2. So it's not something that the Board of Commissioners, we're used to spending money, not giving out money. So it's not something we're good at. So we've taken a long and deliberative process trying to do this. And it's going to be fraught with some very interesting outcomes as we go. So we'll see. But the intention is, well, let me back up again. We understand that as we award an allocation to somebody, then the administration has to work with that organization to make sure that they comply completely with I think it's a 63-page process that they have to go through to make sure that they qualify for the money. Because if we award money to an organization and they don't fulfill their obligations related to the federal requirements, we don't get reimbursed that money. We have to return that money back to the federal government. So that's going to be a long process. That's going to be a lot of effort by administration and the organization that's applying. So we understand, we've already had some that have pulled out. And they said, we're looking at, we thought we could get it done and we're not gonna be able to have that happen. So we understand that even though there are allocations made, that there are probably gonna be in the first 6 months, some dropout, and then we'll have to reallocate. So we're kind of telling people, just because in that first round, maybe you don't get anything, doesn't mean that that's not going to change. The other thing we might do is hold out some money toward some projects that we want to see further vetted, or ask them to come back with some further clarification. I can't say whether that will or will not happen, but the intent, we're trying to get as much of this done in this current year. We got to get going. Has to be allocated, fully allocated by the end of 24 and fully spent by the end of 2026. So we don't want to leave money on the table. We don't want to leave people in short order trying to get things done. But also, this board has worked together, bringing a new board in. We have 5 new board members coming into the Board of Commissioners come January 1st. It's a whole new dynamic. We're not trying to exclude them. We have actually included them in some of the process. We've asked questions of them. We've gotten their input. We want to bring them in, but we don't want to try to start with a brand new board, have this being the first thing. It's a difficult process to begin with. So we're trying to do that on the way out, understanding that there will be some more deliberation that'll happen under the new board. We're hoping that that's a little further in after our first couple of months of kind of learning the dynamic and working together. So that's kind of everything that the board is focused on this month, other than a few last minute. Our December 21st meeting is going to have a full agenda aside from all of that. So are there any questions for me on anything?
I have one. The 63 pages of the process you just mentioned, is that online somewhere?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I was told it was 63 pages. I have not looked at the federal requirements for
Is this
ARPA, but I'm
something-
sure that it is.
Oh, okay, it's just those
I'm
requirements.
sure that it is.
Okay.
It's not something, I didn't apply for any money and I don't.
I know what you're talking about. I'll find it.
But
Thanks.
as you can imagine, it's like any federal form. And just so you know that we're not the federal government. We had one application that the PSC actually misplaced. It didn't put in their initial thing that they gave us in the 7th. And so there was an organization that applied, did everything correctly. And then we're surprised on the 7th when it came out. We're like, well, where is ours? They contacted us. We contacted PSC. So what's going on? Made a mistake. We didn't. So they are going to be scoring that over this past weekend. Get that done. We had another organization that thought they had completed the submit button and had not. So we went through and said, yep, you did. You had every intention. We let them in. We had another organization that it's a potentially good cause, but they had something on it really didn't come to fruition until the 14th. It had to remain secret until then. So they have also been allowed to come in under the process. They're not scored by, and they're delineated separate, that they weren't a part of that process, but it is in there. As the Board of Commissioners, we could really, it would be not something we're probably gonna do, but we could ignore all advice. We could go to the Hare Krishnas and say, we're gonna give all the money to you.
Or
Right.
Whitewater Township.
Or Whitewater Township, we
Yeah.
could give
It
all
inspires
$18 million to Whitewater Township, as long as I could get 4 votes in that order, which, don't get too excited. That would be a difficult thing to do. As good as I am, I'm not that good. But so the process, we were not the 63-page federal government. We're trying to be as open and friendly to everybody as we can and get this process done through. And then we're going to say no to 8 out of 10 people. So that will be fun. But we also know that there are other funds coming. We're already in conversation with the new senator, state senator, and federal to kind of work with. It's a process that people went through. They went through the whole process of applying for money and getting that application in there might be some other sources, and that's a good exercise for these organizations to go through. We're going to see what we can do to help them with some of the other things in the future. So how that goes, we will see.
Couple questions, Daryl.
Yes, sir.
And you may have said that, or so, excuse me, but I'll ask this first question. So, and I understand you made it clear you're one commissioner there, so I'm not, just in opinion, your own personal opinion, how this is, this envision that. When do you think that the first grant, the first awards at the soonest would come out? March, May, November?
We're hoping that the announcing of who, like, did XYZ get awarded $1 million, like in their application. I'm expecting a lot of that to happen in December this year.
And will those dribble out singularly as you make a decision, or will they come out and say, okay, we've awarded $5 million of the 18, and here's the first $5 million who got what, versus, stringing them, daisy chaining them along?
My hope, and I think the plan of the board, is that it won't be strung along. It'll be kind of, here's the board's decision, here's the board's vote, here's what the awards are. There might be some held out for further clarification, but I'm thinking and expecting that the majority of that money awards will be announced in December. Let's see how that goes.
Sure.
But
Just
that's
trying to-
that's our intention. That's our hope.
Okay, the third question on this that I have is let's say, I believe you said 75 applicants or so, if I remember right, or 75 million.
108, I
For
think.
$78 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so let's say there's 100 and just round numbers, just say you have 20 grants that use up the 18 million. I don't know whether that number is good or not. Are you going to basically create a bench? Because what I heard is you still have another step to go through, and that's that 63 page that may or may not qualify you. So do you do you think the intention is to say, okay, we have 20, we're going to hold back or basically keep a tier 2 and say, look, we liked your projects. It just did make the first cut, but there's a general consensus that this is in a second tier, or bench players, as I would call them. And then the other 70, you're pretty much going to be out of luck. It just did, for whatever reasons, it didn't hit hurdles, and you might want to start looking elsewhere. Do you envision that type of scenario where, and I'm not asking for anybody to give anybody false hope, but even if there's, let's say there's 20 people, it might be likely that 1 or 2 or 3 of those fall out.
Very likely, yeah.
So
that's a good question. I thought about that because, like, they did a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 that maybe we should look at doing something like that. Or, and again, we can't deliberate as a body. We haven't done any of that. But your point is, I think, a really good one, in that if you don't know, did you miss by a half a point or did you miss by a mile?
Yeah.
And so I would like to see something like that. And I think that might be even something that maybe we as commissioners can communicate to the individual group that has applied, or do we do it as board? I don't know. That's kind of the second step. We tried to sandwich this in after the election. We figured before the election, politicians are all skitterish before elections, not do it then. Before the end of the year.
You covered all the bases.
Yeah, and before the end of the year, when there's a new group coming in, and that's a pretty short window, understanding that just to try to force it in is not a good idea. So we're going to I'd like to see most of it happen, but it might not. But your point about that second tier, or who might be on deck, so to speak, is a really good point, really good question that I would like to see addressed in our process.
I have one other thought, and along, not exactly on that line, but something that you had just mentioned, you had touched upon. So the township had folks put in a few grants. this is just a suggestion from my one man's opinion on the board here, that I think that we've had a lot of discussion over the last year or so talking about grant writing and how, how do you improve that? How do you, and we're not hiring any professional grant writers. We're using people that are very interested and helpful. It almost like a post audit. If we missed one by a mile, it'd be helpful to get some feedback as to how did we just miss this one? And it could be that, it just wasn't on the county's radar, and, in comparison, the grant request and the writing and the support document was very good. We just didn't hit the right, hit the right hole. But, if there's some that, like, well, this was written really well, didn't make it. This one, you probably want to approach it maybe different if you're still going to pursue it with another opportunity. That type of feedback, at least I would welcome.
Okay.
How did we miss, and just some feedback on how we can improve that.
To answer that, we tried to make the process such a way that a professional, there are some organizations in this community that have on staff professionals, and they're in the business of writing grants and knowing that whole world. And you've got agencies that have none of that. And we wanted it to be a somewhat level playing field for all organizations that came in. And there was lack of a better term, a boilerplate questionnaire that they had to fill out. And I think it was 500 words max in each question, to kind of describing the project, how it pertains to the criteria that was laid out. There were some complaints about that process from some of the people, that there was some difficulty, and we put them right to PSC, and they had some people who could help them get through that process. So they would help, which you're not going to get with the federal government. They're just going to say, well, that's how it is. So hopefully we kind of tried to eliminate that as much as possible. And sometimes it's going to boil down to how the board votes on something. And we're getting a fair amount of email right now. I am encouraging people to either come, and I'm okay with it. It's raised some questions, that raised some points. I have some people that have spoken to me about their thing, and I'm like, well, they're like, well, can I send like 15 people to this session tomorrow? And I said, I don't think 15 people coming and all speaking for 3 minutes is maybe going to help you as much as having one or two hit on some key points that maybe you don't get out of the application. Like, my project is important because of this, and you might not realize that it happened in this area, but it benefits the county because of that. So there is an opportunity, but I'm also encouraging, and if I give out my email right here, anyone who has thoughts on any of the process, that they can send an email to me, and it helps me, and you can also send it to the entire board. So the entire board, when you send it, and I'll give both emails in a second, when you send something to the entire board, don't expect a reply back, because we have to be really careful. Like, if you send something to the entire board and I think, yeah, that's a good idea, Don, we're now kind of getting into that world of, I'm deliberating, I'm making an opinion in front of all the board, but not in a public meeting. So generally, something that's sent to the commissioners as a whole is not answered. We try to avoid that. But if you send it to me, I can sometimes follow, either way, I can follow up and ask questions or whatever. So the entire board you can write is commissioners with an S, commissioners at gtcountymi.gov, commissioners at gtcountymi.gov. And my email is D Nelson, as in Daryl Nelson, D Nelson at gtcountymi.gov. So I welcome emails from either one with your thoughts. If you send it to commissioners, everybody will see it. And it's a great way to have, and I think people are reading those. That's our job right now, and we're going through.
The meeting's at 8:30.
8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, and it is on YouTube. There's a couple ways you can watch it. If you go to the county website, you can also view it. I don't know if it's going to be, I doubt it's going to be a half-hour meeting, and I doubt it's gonna be an 8-hour meeting, but don't know how long it's gonna be, but
Welcome
wanna
to the
listen.
Whitewater class of
yeah,
meeting.
well,
Uh-huh.
we've had 5 hours of public comment before, so I never begrudge anybody's chance to come and speak to their government. I'm always sad when nobody gets up and speak. Takes a lot to come up here and grab onto this podium with your knees shaking and speak. It's hard to do sometimes, so.
Cheryl?
So I was on the county's website looking for something yesterday and I came across where all the applications are on there. But you mentioned about the scoring and recommendations of PSC, I think it is.
Mhm.
Are those on here somewhere?
It
On
is,
the
right?
website?
I don't know how to tell you how to get there, but I could email it to,
Okay,
I'll
Yeah.
email it here.
if you could
Yeah.
do that, email it maybe to the whole board or
Oh, yeah.
something like that. I'd like to see
I
what
know I
those are.
have, I'm not sure I think I have everybody's email, but
Yeah.
I'll send it out if you guys
I
can make sure it gets dispersed.
understand your statement that the county board of commissioners may not agree with that scoring and recommendations
Mhm.
from PSC, but I just was curious what
Yeah.
what the committee thought.
Mhm.
But anyways, yeah, if you could provide that, that'd be
I
awesome.
will do that.
I didn't find it on here, but
Mhm.
So I would just like to thank the Board of Commissioners. You hit all the boxes, in my opinion, about your application process being equal for even a little township like Whitewater to complete. I think your next step, the federal guideline compliance, is going to be a little more difficult, but at least you included all of us. Even the smaller organizations had the ability to answer those questions. And I think you just did a rock solid job on that. So thank you for all of that effort. And we have a couple of ARPA decisions in front of this board. And again, I have to thank you for taking that duty on. It's difficult to give money away. It really is. And so, more power to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And we are going to have administration staff will help organizations who have applied to get through those
Sure. Yeah.
metrics to
Yeah.
complete. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay. Captain Flynn, Chief.
It's been a while since I've been captain.
I do apologize. This is Fire Chief Brandon Flynn, not Captain Flynn.
Good morning, Brandon Flynn, Fire Chief for Whitewater Township Fire Department. So I do feel bad for Daryl and his team of commissioners.
yeah.
They have quite the task at hand. And but I can assure you, I will be able to spend $500,000 immediately and following the 63-page rule book. So not a problem.
Everybody's my friend.
Yeah.
Just wait till the new year.
Yeah.
We can bring our fire truck in there tomorrow to the meeting.
Yes, it's a 25-year program that will benefit the entire county. So anyway, let's get back to my report. It was a nice quiet month, call wise. In fact, two of our calls came from the Iceman Cometh race that we stood by on November 6th. It was pretty uneventful. That gave me some time to clean up some of the other stuff around the station. We did get our annual physicals done. And some of the annual work is being completed on our apparatus. DOTs, I think, might be this week, but I was able to get the pump test done towards the end of November on engine 3. And a good note was finally got rid of those 2 snowmobiles that I put up for closed bid auction. And I got $1,251 for each of them, which was pretty good. I kind of estimated they would be worth around $500, maybe $600.
You did awesome.
So that was a pretty good deal. It was unexpected. I don't know. It must be the sealed bid type format that people like. So that seems to work out the best. So I did receive payment for those and shipped them off with the new owner, who happens to be a fire chief downstate. So he has a cabin up here, I think, in the Bella area, so. That all worked out well, and we're just one report away from a new year. So hopefully we'll get some new things on the agenda and start working on the budget process and hopefully get a new fire truck ordered. So we got a big year coming up. Until then, I hope it's nice and quiet. Any questions, comments, concerns? No? Good.
Thank you for all you do, sir.
Oh, thank you for all you do.
Heidi, Planning Commission report. I do know that you had something else planned for this
No,
morning.
I'm on Plan C right now.
Okay,
Planning Commission met on 12/7. We had a nice PowerPoint presentation from the planner, which sooner or later I will present to all of you when we have some more time. Other than that, thank you, Lois, for sending all the board members the copy of the plan. Lois, you did send everyone, right? I'm thanking you for sending. Okay, just checking. The PC went on. We voted to move forward with the public hearing on Article 28. This article was reviewed and edited by the township planner, and his recommendations were discussed at the November meeting. The updated draft was subsequently sent to the township attorney for review. Only minor edits were suggested, and the public hearing will be scheduled for January 2023. The Planning Commission discussed the steps forward towards updating the master plan. The planner provided a PowerPoint presentation, which was excellent. If anyone would like a copy of it, email me, I will send it to you. It described the general process of what we're trying to accomplish and get done. Some amount of time was spent on the importance of engaging for public input to identify consensus on the development issues that we all face and want and need. The need to appoint a subcommittee to help with this task was discussed as a way of effectively reach the residents for their comments, their wants and needs. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze. Basically the subcommittee was, we didn't really decide what, it wasn't really decided what they were gonna do or how they were gonna do it. So we were going to hopefully include both PC members, residents, and others. The methods of the citizen engagement include the need to conduct a comprehensive community survey. The last one was done in 2009, and follow up in public in-person workshops. So we're hoping to get the public involved and see what they want of the master plan. There's several ways we can do that. The methods of citizen engagement are extremely important, and they're needed to conduct a comprehensive community survey so we all know where we stand. The issue will be discussed more at the January PC, which now we will have several other members to bring up to speed. Information was also shared in regarding to updating the descriptive information in the plan itself. Some time was devoted to reviewing the special use standards for commercial use campgrounds, which is Article 25. Available time allotted for getting about halfway through that process and the material provided by the planner. The need for some additional research was also discussed. We all discussed about signing up and taking the citizen planner. And we basically also discussed about possibly starting a few of our meetings extra early and getting ahead of our agendas. That's all I had.
so with respect to the presentation, that presentation is something you'd like the board to see?
You
Is it some-
saw a part of it. Randy or Lois sent you Randy's presentation that he gave us. So you saw part of
Sent
it.
me anyway, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Don, did you get it?
Yes, I did.
Cheryl, did you get it?
I think I did. I haven't looked at it. I haven't had time. But
Okay, so down the road, as we add to that, we're hoping to give you a nice presentation. So let's put it on March's agenda. How's that?
Okay. And then 2009 survey,
Mhm.
you touched on maybe redoing a community-wide survey. Is that what I
That,
heard?
well, we touched on a survey and then we all we're like, well, then we've got to get all the people involved. If you look at the PowerPoint that Randy did, it's bringing the people in instead of having them check off boxes, because a lot of people, by the time they got their ARPA survey, they paid their tax. Oh, I forgot. So we need you not to forget. So we're trying to think of ways to engage the public. Do we put maps up in here and everybody just cruises in, stops by, puts some post-it notes up on the map? We really haven't decided yet. If anybody has any other ideas, if they've experienced this anywhere, I'm now writing number 3. Hey, bring us your ideas, because getting people to come and do something is very, very difficult. So if anybody else knows how to do it, let me know. We thought about throwing maybe a big party, have everybody come in and just, here's the township hall, everybody start looking at maps. You got to do something, because if we don't engage the public, they like to get involved when it's too late.
Mhm. And you think in-person community involvement over handwritten hard copy surveys is the way you would like to start?
According to the planner, yes.
Okay.
Only because if you go back in history, I mean, look at your township hall meeting, your township, the open house we had, and look at how many ARPA surveys you got back. You're still only engaging a small percentage of the community. If anybody else has any other ideas how to get you here, let me know.
Okay. Any other questions? There's a comment from a planning commissioner. Would the board like to entertain that?
I don't have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it.
No problem here.
Carl, would you mind stepping to the microphone, please?
Just commenting on what Heidi said, we had a gentleman there named, and I didn't get his last name, but I'm sure you all know him. His name is Vern, first name.
Gutnick.
And he has a lot of corporate experience and similar to mine. A written survey, as I have seen several times, and so has he, can be set up so you're going to get the result that the writers of the survey want. So getting out and talking to the people is very important. I've read the 209 survey many times. There have been a few changes, partly due to COVID, people working from home, people wanting to move in this area and work from home. I don't know how that's going to impact the results from 2009, which in my opinion overall is still the direction the people of the township want to go, but that is a new input. But it is important to talk to the people, because you write a survey and you can look at it and you know what it's going to result in a lot of cases, not necessarily for us, but I saw that survey and I was surprised that the people wanted this to remain a rural township with low density development. But there are some factors that have come up now. So I think that, as Vicki said, that we need to talk to the people.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I should have asked for other questions from board members first before I said something. So does anyone else have a question for Heidi?
I'm good for now. I thank you for getting that presentation out so we can take a look at it.
Thank Lois. I was going to give it to you, but then
Thank you,
I
Lois.
found out you all got it sent.
Okay. Melissa, you took some time off of work to provide a park and recreation report. Good morning.
Melissa Melton, 5044 Vinton Road, also Parks and Rec Chair. Our meeting, our meeting that was supposed to have been held last night was not able to be held because we didn't have a quorum. So that has been rescheduled actually for tonight. So I don't have any current updates addressing what we're going to talk about tonight in the meeting, but with respect to the latest that's been going on in terms of the projects, high play playground renovations have been completed to my knowledge. I will find out tonight for sure. There was one, the clevises that were received were not correct, so those had to be reordered or changed. So the next process, once I confirm that, is that an inspection will be scheduled. The Grand Traverse ARPA obviously is being evaluated. You heard from Daryl in a lot of detail on that, and we appreciate all the efforts that they are going through. One comment I would make, and I'm going to try to email you if I have time, is, you know, I do feel that the RPAC was highly city oriented. I didn't feel that there was a lot of diversity in their backgrounds. And that was probably highly proportionate on the project types that they, oh, thank you, that they put forth as far as their tier ones. It was definitely not towards the underserved in the outskirts of the Traverse City proper. We are working on finalizing and submitting for the Sparks grant currently, specifically the BCNA properties, property improvements that were subject to the BCNA management plan. That Sparks grant is due by the 19th. We will not be able to submit on the High Prairie Trail. We have received preliminary estimates, as we talked about before. It's highly, I don't want to say unusual, but it's challenging right now to get dollar figures from people. And so I have received estimates, at least from one initial contractor for budget purposes, and their budget alone just to make the trail has already gotten to the level of the entire fund that we had in that resolution. So that resolution is going to have to be evaluated by the board again if we want to move forward with that. So, which the good news is we have time. You know, we have 2 other submissions, and so it's good that we're able to take some time to, you know, get further details on that. So yeah, so we still have the lighting budgets haven't come back, and exercise equipment that the board had wanted has also not come back. So that's in progress. Per the 10/17 meeting minutes, there was a motion made by the board to quote unquote fund Lossy Road Nature Trail and Battle Creek Natural Area Trail projects at 27.5% of Whitewater Township's ARPA allocations, unquote. So PrAC would like to move forward on evaluating the Lossy Road wet portion of the trail, which does require a $100 fee for a pre-construction meeting with Eagle. Until we meet with Eagle to know the proper next steps on that trail project, we're kind of at a standstill. So we were told, I recently requested a PO or how to get that going with the clerk, and I was told that the funding in the rec budget there is no funding in the budget for the rec capital improvements. That was eliminated back in the February budgets, and that there was an amendment, and it was page 33 on clerk's 10/11 meeting packet. But that was never brought to the board meeting that month, and then it was not on the following month's meeting either. My apologies, I don't know if it's on today's board meeting. If it's not, I just wanted to make light of it because there was several different budget amendments, not just on the PrAC side of it or on the rec side of it. But the PrAC does need to know if funding can be issued in order for us to issue a PO to get $100 to move forward on this pre-construction process. We also need to, we have resubmitted the bylaw changes to the supervisor in the Word with red lines and the original as well provided by the clerk. Unfortunately, my miscommunication, I thought it was directly sent to you, Ron, and so my
Sorry.
apologies. I sent it
Yeah.
to you just the other day.
Yeah, no worries.
So if it can be added to a meeting in the interim, otherwise for the next month meeting would be great. That's it. Any questions?
So you were told that there wasn't $100 in the entire recreation fund budget?
Correct.
No, that's not what she was told.
Okay.
So let me
Close enough.
explain. Well,
Nope.
no,
No,
it's
my
not.
question's been answered.
Well, and.
My question has been answered.
And what the board did on 2/17 for the Lossy Road Nature Trail to address the wet area was they postponed all of that for 1 year. This was on February 17th and took the entire $25,000 out of the budget for that wet area. So there is no money budgeted for that project and put it into the storm damage. So since there is no money budgeted for that project, I told Melissa that I can't issue a PO because the board has not authorized us to spend any money on that project. Those are the facts.
I have received 2 community members who have verbally told me that they would gladly volunteer the funds to make the progress move forward if that's something that the board would allow. I don't know what the ruling is for public to provide funds, but anyway, so that's my update. Anything else?
I have one question. When did you guys decide to change? You decided to change your meetings because it's too close to the board meeting. What did you guys come up with?
So, right, so that's the bylaw changes that we need to have addressed by the board.
What date did you pick though?
The 3rd Tuesday of the month. So it'll be the week after this meeting. Anything else?
I'm good.
All right.
Thanks. Sorry, just making some notes. So that brings us to consent calendar. Agenda. I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar dated December 2nd, 2022.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I have lots. Draft minutes for 11:15 and 11:17. I made similar comments with respect to public comment. While maybe not required, it might be nice to know what public comment was about. But that can be a slippery slope. And I think I've made a note for myself to bring that back to a future board agenda that is not quite so full. And I've identified that meeting as the 32nd of December, 2022. Yes, December 32nd, 2022. My real issue begins on packet page 67, and this is bills for approval. Again, consistent with everything we read in the newspaper and consistent with at least 2 recent Treasury webinars. I cannot, in good faith, approve these bills, specifically payroll. So that's my comment. Any other comments?
You're talking about just the payroll for 11/18 of 9,000 or the election also?
All of it. There is not enough information here for us to do our due diligence. Nothing from this information, nothing stops an Elk Rapids event. And I'm not sure you could have stopped Elk Rapids event. I'm not sure you could have.
So I have a couple comments. As far as the draft minutes, you're not going to see anything more than what you're seeing in public comment. In fact, the names don't even have to be put in there. Please check the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioner minutes, the Traverse City City Commission minutes. That is the way their minutes are done. No public comment is put in there. And that's not required to be in the minutes. It will not be in the minutes. I technically don't even have to put the names in there. I can say 4 people spoke. So you can bring that back, but it's not going to change what's going in the minutes as far as public comment. As far as the bills for approval, if we listed the checks, the payroll checks, many, if we showed them and you saw what they were, like the person they went to, the check number, 99% of them are going to have a zero, because they're direct deposit. And so the check is 0. Once again, Don actually came in this week and looked at checks. So the checks are in my office. You can look at the checks. And probably is your duty to be looking at the checks. So those are my comments. I don't think anyone's asking you to approve them without looking at them. It's your duty to look at them.
I
Make
actually made a
yourself
written
available.
request upon your statement, November 30th, I believe. So to have the employee history reports, and that has not been fulfilled yet.
We haven't gotten to that yet. I'm sorry, we have lots of things to do in my office.
I get it.
And we
Yeah.
haven't gotten to that yet. And that is not going to tell you anything for bills for approval.
I believe my question was on the labor, right?
Well, I don't know exactly what you are looking for on the employee history, but that's going to be history of past checks. Okay, well, I'm not going to do that every month. And provide the employee history since the beginning of the fiscal year for past checks. I mean, these are the checks that are up for discussion on these. And also I remember a long time ago, they used to actually put the, this was when Carol was a clerk. They used to put the payroll checks in there and somehow list them. I have to go back in old board packets for that. But, and then there is it is a privacy thing. You know, like people don't get to know whether people have certain deductions and that type of thing out of their checks. So,
Well, I do know that Whitewater Township has had an overpayment issue in the past that I think involved the fire chief. I'm not sure how that was caught, but The information
had
that's
an
currently
overpayment
provided
issued.
to us would not provide that function.
And they had an overpayment. This was before I was on the board. They had an overpayment to an architect. And Della is the one that caught that. And that architect had to refund 30-some thousand dollars, I believe it was, to the township. Actually, it wasn't, it was a payment, from my understanding, of work that he had not done yet, but he billed the township for it. And it got paid. So we go through all those types of invoices. Those are accounts payable invoices, which you're seeing. And we go through all of those with contracts to make sure that we're not paying somebody for something that we've already paid them for. You're always welcome to look at the checks.
And just to be clear, Treasury says, do not approve from check registers. The invoices must be present, including credit card invoices, statements, and all charges.
And
So
they're all in here in drawers. You can look at them.
I'm
You
just
can make
saying.
an appointment to look at them.
I'm just saying,
I don't think we're gonna bring them to a meeting, so you need to look at them ahead of time. Don looked at a stack of, I'm not sure how many checks yesterday, but at least, well, whatever's on the thing, however many checks are in the bills for approval. He looked at all of those checks yesterday, or he was given the opportunity to look at all those checks.
Bless you.
God bless you. So there's a motion made and seconded.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I still have.
I apologize.
So that's fine. I do have a comment, and I'm not gonna beleaguer it, because it was a couple questions I had for Ardella, and I hope she's feeling well and it's not in any situations. On our meeting agenda under new business, there is a budget transfers part 2, moving from funds, several funds to other funds. But yet here we are again with no cash balance report, no bank accounts report for the month of November. In fact, the last that we've had is August 31st. And I would just like to call to attention that although I agree 100% with Ardella had said that there was a statutory requirement for quarterly RP&P manual 4.5 B cash balances report. And I quote, "The treasurer shall prepare a monthly report for the township board showing the cash balance in each township fund. The report will be current through the last day of the previous month and shall be presented to the board at its regular monthly meeting." So I will just suggest that when we get to that item, I'm going to have some discussion, the fact that we don't have any current fund balances to be referencing, which I think is just a good financial practice to, if we're going to be making financial decisions, we should have the most current financial reports. And I believe that applies in my mind, in this case, that we have the old November 9th report that Cheryl put out, and talking through her and knowing that that's probably about as good as we're going to get at times, being just about a month off. But not having the bank accounts report or any cash balance report since August 31st is I think is needed to address at least this item. So. And I really want to just ask her what, I know she's been busy and I just want to understand what may have caused delays for her. So.
Did I see your hand go up, Cheryl?
No.
In what section was that? 4.5 what?
It was in 4.5 financial reporting, 4.5 B. The title of the 4.5 B is Cash Balances Report.
So with respect to the, I guess, motion and second that's on the table for the consent calendar, if we approve the motion and second that's on the floor, all the bills, everything gets approved that's in the calendar. And if that's what the board would like to do, that's fine. Or I can rescind my motion. And we can remove certain things if board members feel the need. Roll call when ready. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Balamuth,
No.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
No.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Sorry, my program closed. So the consent calendar did not pass. Brings us to unfinished business number 1. Proposed, I'm sorry, Don, were you gonna say
No, I was
something?
just finishing my notes, sliding over here.
Proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 83, assemble comments. 72, packet page 72, yep. I do have some questions. Does anyone else have questions?
I thought this was about sending this to the planning commission.
It is.
Okay.
So it looks like your comments came in the bubble format.
Mhm.
Cheryl and I think we both used the green text boxes to,
I'm used
Highland.
green.
yeah, to green. So so I think we've got 3 out of the 5 back. Some are overlapping, and then there's some that are
Mhm.
out there outlander. So yeah, I was under the same impression. I think we probably just want to go through these and then send this package off to the planning commission for them to work through and build.
They
out
have
on.
one, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but they have one suggestion when the attorney gives us an answer. Can he put an answer to them as to why he comes up with that? In other words, he makes a change, like you all are we're all making changes here, you're making changes. They'd like to know why you want it changed if it's something that's not, like, okay, we need a new word here or a new description. They want to know why you want that change or why the attorney wants that change. So when they're reading it, they understand why you made the change. Got any ideas how we're gonna handle that?
And so some of my questions are right along that borderline. I don't
I
think.
didn't mean to interrupt you, Don. I really
Yeah,
didn't,
no,
but
that-
if you make change, they want to know why you feel this, why you put that change in if it's not. In other words, if you make the change and it's like, okay, we can understand that, but a lot of the changes that are put in front of them, They don't understand why it was changed. Whether it be the attorney, a board member, or somebody else. They just would like to know why, so that they, when they're making a decision, they understand it completely, I guess, is where they were going with it.
May I jump in here just for a moment and say, I don't think the attorney was involved in any of our correspondence on this particular item. Is that?
Not for me.
Yeah.
Nope, not for me either.
Okay, so I don't think we have to address that. Cheryl, what did you?
Well, I guess I'm not following it here. I've got questions, but my questions are for the planning commission, not for this board. I want my questions answered by the planning commission, and we can't answer your questions, nor can we answer your questions. Our questions, I say we just take these documents and mine is clearly labeled that it's clerk questions and comments. You all might want to put your name on yours. And we just give them to the planning commission. I don't really want somebody of this group, and I'm not going to do it. I don't have time going through and making a list of all the questions and, and maybe misinterpreting what my question is. I don't think that's is useful at all for us to sit here and talk about our questions. It's the planning commission that is that our questions need to go to. So, I mean, okay, honestly, I don't know if you think we're going to pare them down. My questions are my questions. I want the planning commission to answer all of my questions.
Okay.
Some of them are just, I think, probably easily explainable. Some of them, I just want them to take a look. Did they put the right measurement in there or whatever? Because that's not what I saw. So I don't really, like I say, I don't think there's any use in us sitting here talking about our questions. They need to go to the planning commission. And, the planning commission, maybe wants one document, but I don't know how that's going to happen. I really don't. Somebody's going to have to spend a bunch of time creating one document. I just don't see where that's a good use of this board's time at all.
Are we good? Are you done, Cheryl?
Yeah.
So first of all, my questions, you don't know what they are, so you don't know whether this board can or can't answer them. For example,
Well, I read your questions.
I get it. And I used the zoning ordinance that's listed online on our website to compare this document to. When you reference certain pages, for example, specifically on
Same document I used.
so when I looked at page, for example, this is going to be electronic page. '83. So Heidi, for you, I'm sorry, I thought you were using a printed copy.
No, I'm
Okay,
online.
I see that. It's Article 12.3. Cheryl, your comment was commercial campground standards start on page 86. Zoning ordinance under Article 25. Unless I made a mistake.
That's just a note to myself. That's not a question because I wanted to find, so I looked up the commercial campground standards and the private family campground standards, and that's where I found it.
On page 86.
Well, now Article 25 has changed. So I don't know if this is still on page 86 or not. This has been months ago that I reviewed this zoning ordinance amendment.
And all I'm saying is if you use the same document that I used from our website, page 86 talks about off-street parking, not commercial campgrounds.
Well,
and so I was merely asking, what
then-
version of the zoning ordinance were you using?
I was using the one off our township website.
So, okay. And
Isn't that
then,
the one you said you used?
yeah. And then similarly, Cheryl, your next comment, which is on the same page, but I think a different, yeah. It's regarding RC district. Limit of one site per 2 acres or one cabin for 5 acres. Again, you indicate standards start on page 175 of the zoning ordinance. And the document that I'm using indicates that that is now 175. It has to do with restaurant, bars, nightclubs, drive-in restaurants, and barber shops.
So I just went to our zoning ordinance on our website. It's 183 pages. I went to page 175 and it says 37.50 private family campgrounds. That is where the standards are for private family campgrounds, is in Article 37 supplementary provisions.
So what's
That's where those are at.
what's the name of?
So
your-
I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm looking at and also I just pulled up page 86, D, commercial campgrounds. Okay, there's on page 86 is this, I just went to our website. I'm not,
What
I
is the
don't,
name of the file that you're on?
Whitewater Township zoning ordinance.
And then after that should have last revision effective date.
Well, I can't see what that says over there. Last revision effective 11/11/2021.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's the same file I'm using.
okay, well, the 86 and the 175 are spot on.
How does that happen?
How does that happen?
How does it, I don't know. Have you downloaded it? Have you done anything to it? Have you added some things to it? Have you
I
modified it in
downloaded
any
it.
way?
I downloaded it.
Okay, well, see, I didn't download it. I'm using it. I'm
It
on the
shouldn't
website.
matter, Cheryl. It should have the same content. And this
But if you
particular.
have done something to it, like if you have done OCR on it or something like that,
Nope.
something might have changed. Well, all
No.
I'm telling you is on our website at this moment, right now, page 86 is commercial campgrounds and page 175 is private family campgrounds. That's on our website right now.
You say 175, Cheryl, was private family campgrounds?
That's what I have in the document. Yep, and I just went to it. And like I
And
say, I'm right
the
on the
other one-
website,
The other one was page 86.
86 and
And that
175.
shows commercial campgrounds.
Yeah, and those aren't questions to the planning commission. Those are just my own notes.
I
because
understand. I
wanted
was trying
be
to
able
follow. I was trying to
Right,
follow
right,
your
right.
other
Yeah.
green highlights.
Right, yeah.
And when I selected those pages, it's like, okay, my page doesn't line up. So then I even looked at document page versus electronic page.
Well,
So for example, electronic page 175 is actually page 171 in the zoning ordinance. So I went down some more pages. It still didn't line up.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm right on
Yep.
our website right now. And I don't follow I do not follow the page numbers at the bottom. I follow the electronic pages because the page numbers at the bottom, this document's been so cut and pasted that those page numbers at the bottom mean absolutely nothing.
Right.
They mean nothing. And in fact, on page 86, electronic page 86 of the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance, as it exists on the township website at this moment, there is no page number at the bottom at all.
Look
And
at
then
the
on page
top.
175,
Look at the top. That's where the page numbers are at.
there is no page number at the top. There is no page number
Does
anywhere.
Does yours say draft as well?
No,
Does your,
no, I'm not in a draft document.
I'm looking at page 86 with the commercial campgrounds and it's got the watermark of draft.
Oh,
on
it says that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's, somebody threw that on.
Yeah, okay, I did, that's fine.
somewhere.
I'm just trying to.
Right, okay, I
just trying-
thought you
'cause-
meant draft in the
Because
title.
I got the same page
I
as
thought
she's
you
got.
meant the word draft in
Oh.
the URL.
No, just a water, I
Right.
should have said watermark.
Yeah, there's
So-
absolutely no page number
You're looking. where
on
you're
this
getting yours.
at all.
So I was
Neither at
looking
the
for my
top.
download date. I think it was November 22nd when I downloaded this off the website.
Yeah,
See,
and
I go to planning and zoning ordinances and I pull up and I get the exact same document that Cheryl's getting, but I haven't.
And page 175 does not have a page number at the bottom of 171. It has no page number anywhere on the document, and it also says draft on it. There's no page number anywhere on the document.
You mean the watermark draft?
Yeah, the watermark draft, yeah.
But still, it begs a question of how the same name file
Yeah.
has two different documents in it. Or
Well-
two different page numbers or whatever.
It's not, it's,
Download
I'm just telling you what is on the Whitewater Township website at this moment is Whitewater Township zoning ordinance, last revision effective 11/11/2021. And those page numbers match right up because that's what I was using. I was using the website when I reviewed proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 83.
And
I don't
that's
save
exactly
copies
what I
of the
use.
zoning ordinance because I don't, if they change and whatnot, I don't want to be using an old copy. I go straight to the website. That's where I do it. That's all
But
I
the
do.
fact is that a file name with 11/11/2021 effective date should not have changed.
No,
That's,
no.
that's,
And I don't
what
know
I'm
where you
trying-
got, I don't know where you got yours and where you're seeing page 171. It's clearly not on our website.
and, okay.
Clearly not on our website. And of course, this doesn't have page numbers on it, but okay, so I'm looking at Article 25.
Yeah, so
Very last page. D, commercial campgrounds, no page numbers anywhere on the document. This is the exact identical of what's on the website. And then Article 37, supplementary provisions. There's only, well, there's 2, 3, there's 4 pages to that. But the very last page, 37.5, private family campgrounds, there is no page number anywhere on the document. Exact replica of what's on the website. Now, Article 25 in there isn't correct anymore because Article 25 has been modified and I haven't been provided with it. The clean copy. So, but back to the whole question, I mean, I guess,
yeah, I was just trying to follow where your comments come
Right,
from.
yeah.
You know, so.
and those were
I-
just notes to self. I probably should have put
No,
note
that's
to
fine.
self on there.
No,
I was going back and forth, looking at what they had in there and what was on the website.
Yeah, I thought they were very valid questions, quite frankly.
Mhm.
So I'm all for forwarding each of these comments, just as this is a board packet to the PC. And if they have individual questions, because I agree with Cheryl, if somebody was going to do this, there could be a question of interpretation.
Yeah.
And, you
And
know,
no one's
just-
got time.
I kind of did what Cheryl did. I probably could have done, not probably, I could do a better job. Knowing my audience, I did try to write questions that in essence, I was writing to them.
Mhm.
Not sure all of them are going to come across that way, but that's what I certainly tried. So and I think that's very similar to what Cheryl did. But note to self that I probably, if we do this again, that would certainly I would certainly do it maybe a little bit differently, but I agree. I think this is, I think we've taken time, the three of us take time to go through it. Let's bounce it back and let's move this along.
And to Heidi's point, I was going to maybe attend the meeting by Zoom. So if they had any questions when they came to my particular section,
That'd
I
be
could
great.
answer them.
That'd be great.
And so, because I think on one of your questions, Don, I was a bit confused where you were going with it.
Yeah, and I have no,
But if-
yeah, that, I think Heidi, just, if you see something in there, just have somebody reach out to me.
Okay.
So
I mean, the big comment to me is the laughable sizes of campground sites. I mean, it's
Yeah,
clearly an
they're
attempt to zone out campgrounds in the township. 2.5 acres for or 5 acre for a RV site and 5 acres for a cabin. I mean, come on, this is beyond ridiculous. If that was already
Cheryl,
in
they
there,
were
I
having-
get it. Excuse me, Heidi, I'm not done talking yet. I'll let you know when I am. So the whole 5 acres and the 2.5 acres is ridiculous in the campground standards, but I'm done now.
Okay, well, they're having a really hard time visualizing what they're discussing. So Randy was gonna bring back a better visual so that when you looked at the setbacks and everything, you could look down and see what you were looking at. Because the discussion on the size of the campground, each lot, have been all over the map, because nobody can take this and look at that and realize that they're looking at an acre or a half acre or whatever. So Randy was gonna come back with a visual for them next meeting.
yeah, and when I read that, Cheryl, I remember them talking like between 1,000 and 2,500 square feet. And I thought, okay, somebody just missed the comma. That's what I was thinking, but
They're
yeah.
having a hard time putting the amount of space on the piece of paper.
So I'll make a motion to forward all three of these comment sections to the Planning Commission for their further review.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further questions? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Falmouth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
So Heidi, I have this as an independent agenda item. I can just forward that to you if you want to get
I
it
could do that.
to, the Planning Commission people and Randy.
And put it on the agenda, that's fine. Because that's in process right now, because it has to be to you it has to be posted, you want 10 days, right? So you want it, Lois will need it 2 days early, so you want it on Christmas Eve. No, I'm just saying, so, but don't you have to give the Zoom and isn't there any requirements we need from you? If we don't, okay, I'll leave you out of the list. Right, so I just need that from her. Okay. Okay.
And unfinished business number 2, proposed Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual, section 4.5 amendment.
I'd make a motion to amend the policy and procedure manual, section 4.5, subsection A, titled Periodic Review and Expenditure Report, as approved December 13, 2022, to the Administrative Policy and Procedure Manual.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I read the clerk's response to this proposed item, and I think we would just probably have a difficult time getting the report from her. And so my thought is Treasury has a lot of departments that work with troubled local units of government. Matter of fact, they have an entire department set aside for local units suffering operational distress. And I would say that if it becomes an ongoing problem, I'm interested in inviting Treasury in.
Well, my comments have to do with, first of all, I don't post anything, can't post anything till I get the receipts from the treasurer's office, okay? Everybody understands or should understand that the treasurer's office handles all the physical money, checks, cash, whatever that comes into the township, grants, anything like that. And they generate receipts. And I get those receipts. And when I get those receipts, I post them as I have time to post them. And so it's not that we're having any operational distress here. I think we have 3 board members who don't understand, never have understood, and still don't understand the flow of paperwork between the treasurer's office and the clerk's office. And first, the treasurer's office has to get it before they can process it. So if you want complete reports, they do take some time to wait for all the information to be available. So that was my comment, is that as the information becomes available to the treasurer's office and then to my office is when after that you will be able to get a report. So I'm referring to the things that are out of our control. In other words, when we get things, those are out of our control. So, you know, that was what my comment referred to. And then also, I guess I should have put it in the memo. Everyone needs to understand these are part-time positions here. The treasurer's office is very part-time. I'm here more than the treasurer's office is, but everybody here is a part-time person. So it's not like we have, you know, full-time staffing in the treasurer's office or the clerk's office to that, you know, that's all we do 40 hours a week is, you know, they prepare receipts and deposit money and checks and grants and whatnot. And we process that. That's not all we do by a long stretch. And also we are all very part-time. So I'm just making the comment that we'll get it to you as soon as we can, consistent with our part-time status and when we get the information. No different than any other township of this size.
Are you done?
Yep.
I would just like to point out, brought this forth in October and listened very intently to the conversation from both you and the treasurer and talked through many of the suggestions that I had brought forth in October. Took close notes, and we walked out of there with a consensus that I would redraft based on the input I had heard and send that over to your office for review and editing, comments, thoughts. What did I potentially have wrong? I appreciate the fact you sent it over to the treasurer, because I did not originally send it to the treasurer. My notes indicated that it was going to go to you, but thank you very much for sending that to the treasurer. And then approximately 6 weeks later, I got confirmation back from you, which is why I brought this back. So I do take I pay close attention to the things that you folks say. And if I'm not absolutely clear on it, or I think I'm not, then I continue to research it. But I do value your input. And this product is a result of that input. So I stand by it based on the comments that we had and the discussions that we had.
No, I think it's good work.
And we had no changes.
Yes, thank
So,
you.
Yeah. And once again, we got to it as soon as we could. In October.
Oh, I'm not
A
quite.
major election.
Yeah,
That was-
Cheryl,
Yeah.
I don't know where you got that takeaway. I never insinuated that it should
Okay.
come quicker. I
Thank you.
understood you were
Thank you.
handcuffed with the election.
Right.
My point of saying that is that wasn't trying to rush this through
Sure.
or try to put you in a position where you didn't have adequate time to review it.
Sure.
I was more than comfortable waiting till I got it back. So in fact, I don't even think I pressed you on it once.
I don't believe you did. Nope.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn.
Yes.
Goss, yes. Valmuth.
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. With respect to a policy and procedure manual update, how is that going to be implemented?
Well, I do have it in Word format, and again, I have very limited sections of the B&B manual, so I don't know what format it's in. I know I've heard, Cheryl, you've said in the past, some stuff's PDF, some stuff's Word, and I believe you had mentioned that the files are scattered. I don't think that there's one combined.
Well, yeah.
So be that as it may, I mean, I have this in Word as well. If
I don't need it in Word. It's a small paragraph. I'll just insert it.
Okay. All right.
I'll just retype it myself. Not a big deal.
So, no, I'm sorry, I got to disagree with that. So internal controls started a month ago. I realize the board hasn't voted on it, but if there's only one copy and it's PDF and we're going to insert it, no, I'm not up for that. So I'll be more than happy to help, right? I'll be more than happy to follow through, be the second person like you are for me on several other ordinances. But that's hopefully a process we can soon establish.
So are you saying you're going to follow up to make sure the amendment is made?
Right.
Got it.
And that everybody has a copy who wants a copy, right? Not everybody's probably tracking these things, but it's important. And with respect to your comment, not having a full copy, I don't either, that I know of. I'm not even sure one exists, but that is what I'm attempting to create with all of these adoptions that are coming forth.
Well, for instance, I will tell you that the changes that the three of you made while Della and I were not here in September have not been added to the AP&P manual yet because I just haven't had time. So that will come, and then you will get updated sections. And you know, so we're gonna get that done. There's a lot of pressing things that happen in the clerk's office.
There are.
So we
Yeah.
will get to that as soon as we can, and I'm not trying to withhold it from anyone. I just want to make sure that it's up to date when
Right.
I provide it.
Are we on to boat launch?
Yep, that's 3.
Unfinished business number 3. We're nearing our 3-hour mark. Do we need a bathroom break at this time, or we want to go through boat launch?
Well, I need a break for that and to eat some food. I'm starting to get a headache from not eating. So I'm gonna have to eat a little something,
You want 10 minutes? What is the board
at least
thinking?
15.
Okay, we can do 15.
He's fine with me.
15 minutes then? Okay. Board consensus, we'll take a 15-minute break, which will be 12:05 when we come back.
Yeah, we don't. I don't have, I haven't seen September, October, and I didn't know if there'd be a November or not. But we don't even have, because the November report had August in it. So we haven't gotten anything since September, so that we're missing a September and an October. And then obviously if November, however close that's been done, that would be great to get sent out. So.
Prepared for the way that it is in
I think.
This is discussion while we're recessed.
Yeah, that's why I put it in there. All discussions was that they maybe what she was planning on doing, and I was just offering to do that.
He didn't say where the meeting was. Daryl didn't say where that meeting was, did he?
Well,
County Commission.
it's County Commission building.
I'll bring a broken fire truck and a rip map.
It's okay, it's at the county building. Just,
Remodeling the chambers.
That's, I know they're remodeling over there, but I just don't know. No, I don't know where he's gonna meet. I'll just call him later and ask him. So just bring up that one line, maybe where is the end? Where is the end of the line?
Tried to pause it one time and I got yikes that we were writing stuff behind people's backs. Yeah.
That's how it ends up, right?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
So I'm gonna scan this right now, so you want it included for the January board agenda, is that right? That's what
Doesn't say what version that is.
Well. File name is exact.
Yeah, I believe that to be true. I mean, you could, just because somebody, if a body of a document was changed and you just saved it, you can just put it, kept it in the same file. You don't need to change the file name if that's what you're trying to keep whole. So, you know. I don't think I can get to. Any let's see here. So that's the.
It's in theory only 6 days old.
It doesn't, no, that doesn't, why, you can't really assume that. You can say that, that's the date you put it down. Okay. That's the date it was modified. This may not have been updated until a month later. Doesn't mean you would have pulled that version because it didn't.
Okay, sure. But shouldn't we have a different file name?
Well, I think you should always have a revision date. That's just. I mean, shit, even if you did copy, version 1, version 2, version 3, still, you're working in the right direction.
Ready?
I'll be ready in a minute.
Well. Yeah, this one's showing in the code, the one that's out there that. It's the last revision. Code file. Strange.
Everybody ready?
Less tax dollars to public safety.
I'm ready.
I think we're at unfinished business. We'll reconvene at 12:07. we last look at this at October 24th?
We did, then we had it on for the November 15th meeting, and then we got a update, Rochelle received an update from F&V on November 11th, I guess. And then that got posted, updated to the website. And then we just tabled that because nobody had a chance to even look at the changes.
Andrew, are you back with us?
Yep, Rick and I are both here.
I see Rick has joined us too.
Yep.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Anyone have questions?
I'll start with a couple. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just a few minor things. The change, one of the changes is that there's a $900 per day liquidated damages amount that's been put in. How was that arrived at, that figure?
Generally, we use the guidelines from other grant agencies like MDOT, that they put a value per day based on the contract amount, but it's purely discretionary. We just use their guidelines for the $900 generally for a project that's around, $500,000. We've seen it as low as $450 a day. We've seen it, and obviously, we've seen a few cases when it's been higher, but it's really a discretionary amount. But we try to follow those guidelines.
Yeah, I'm in the camp that as long as there's a methodology, that makes reasonable sense. It can be what it is. I just wanted to make sure that, we send this out to some contractors and they're balk at it, but we're saying we're in essence following MDOT agency guidelines for like-size projects. I think that's a good rationale.
Well, we see it also, like you said, from perspective, you want it to have enough teeth, but you don't want it to be too punitive where either like you would mention, you scare off bidders or they just factor it into their price and you end up, somewhat arbitrarily absorbing some of it. So again, we try to work under that price structure to establish that rate.
We had some conversation earlier this fall, and I believe I was even the one who brought it up. And I had referenced that there were 6 decision questions that were contained in the original February 9th project manual that you folks made decisions on our behalf without our input. And I've beaten that up pretty good. It was the pre-bid conference, contract times, substitute and or equal items, basis of bid, opening of bid, and evaluation of bids and award a contract. I do want to call my fellow board members to the opening of the bid because it doesn't, and I will defer to my colleagues here because I did open the bids on the tree portion of it, but the Article 16.01 reads, bids will be opened at the time and place indicated in the advertisement or invitation to bid, and unless obviously non-responsive, read aloud publicly. An abstract of the amounts of the base bids and major alternatives, if any, will be made available to bidders after the opening of bids. My recollection, or at least being this side of the table, is that's come in and we've opened those privately. So I don't know if this is a better practice or what practice that the board has been using in the past.
And maybe this is fine, but I want to at least raise it because it seems a different process than what we've been doing.
I have a response to that.
Great, thank you.
So when we did the fire station project, that was a larger project as well, and we opened the bids in a public meeting
Okay. So,
and gave the bidder name and the price.
okay,
And then we created a bid tab from that because usually the bidders want a bid tab like you did for the trees.
Mhm.
And so we did that in an open meeting. And I would think that that is how we would want to do that. They would have to be in by a certain date and time. And then there wouldn't be any accepted after that date and time deadline. And then they would be opened, like within, I would suggest we should not wait longer than 3 to 5 days to open them at a meeting, either called for that purpose or at a regular meeting.
okay. I can.
And that way all the bidders, they get notified of that. And so if they want to have a representative present for that, then they're able to.
Sure.
So to your point, we need to really drill down on the notice. If we're consistent with article or provision 16, we need to drill down on the notice to
Who it goes to. Talk about who it's going
when
to.
it will be open.
Yes, yes, right.
Yeah,
You're
that
gonna
has
have
to be in the
to,
notice.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, you're gonna have to be extremely specific at that point. So I'm not advocating one way or another. I just wanted to make sure that.
Would you like to have it, say, a meeting of the board? That way it doesn't have to be a regular meeting of the board. That way it doesn't have to be specific in the notice.
Well, I think my thought would be that based on when we would want the bids back by, if it falls comfortably within something we've already got planned, great. But I don't see any reason, given the size and the scope of the project, that I think that having a special meeting to open the bids and work through some of those conversations is probably in and of itself, a topical meeting.
Sure.
Well, and I just want to say that typically we're not going to make a decision at the same meeting that the bids are opened. No one's had a chance we don't know how many pieces of paper there's going to be with any one bid. The engineering firm is going to want to review those. The board members are going to want to review those. So you're simply setting a date on which you're going to open the bids, and that way the bidders can be there if they want to, or they don't have to. And that should go specifically in the notice that's when they're due, and then when they're going to be opened. And then at that meeting, you can decide how long you're going to take to review them, whether it's a couple weeks or I don't know. We can get some advice on that, but we're not going to be making a decision at the same time.
Yeah,
as the bids are open.
Yeah, I think it's virtually impossible. Although
Yeah.
F&B, you're handling any questions, since there's no
Yes.
pre-bid conference, you're handling questions that come up from the.
Correct.
contract.
And
But I
if
think
any,
we all,
yeah, and if any questions merit an addendum, then we would also issue an addendum. Let me back up to you were talking about the bid opening. Typically, any project, some of these, when it involves some of the state grant funding, like I think as Cheryl mentioned, the key is setting a set time and place for the delivery of the bids. As a general rule, the bids are opened at that, for 99% of all projects are opened at that time. All that's recorded is the total, what we call as read totals. And that information is potentially shared with the bidders. From that point, we would create a bid tabulation and verify that there are no math errors, that you would also have a chance to review under the agreement, the qualifications of the contractors. And then from that point, we would work with the board on evaluating those qualifications, also coordinating with the grant agency. And at that time, coming to the board with kind of an informational packet on here's a complete tabulation breakdown and here is a recommendation based on all that due diligence on the contractor's ability to perform.
Do you put those in a matrix or a side-by-side comparison, whereas some contractor may have put something into line item 4
Oh,
that
yes.
should have gone into line item 8 and another and so, you know, so you don't get into, you know, understanding the bid total is obviously the first place to start, but then looking for anomalies through there to make sure that you're getting, you know, they have the same, they are doing apples to apples, but they have it in a different line item. Is that
Correct? Correct. That's correct. We do a side-by-side bid comparison of every line item for every submitted bid.
Okay. Okay. There was some talk, and I amongst the board, it was just a kind of a general in passing. And I believe it was at the one of the November meetings, 15th or 17th. And there was some discussion that at least myself and I had met Linda Slopsma up at Lake Ann at the DNR Narrows boat wash there. And I'm throw that idea back out again of possibly pulling the boat wash station off of this project. Not to eliminate it, but to do like we've done on some others, boat wash station by others,
well,
leaving it on there. Because we did even at the Sparks grant talk about possibly going for a grant for a power water washing station. Because what we found in getting all the Lake Ann quotes and materials and labor, it doesn't seem they had volunteer labor and they got their price down to almost $30,000. Without the labor, it probably would have been in the $37,000 to $38,000, which is still from what I can see under the cost of a CD3 air unit. And I think we've all seen material that says the water washing seems to be superior. Is there still a proclivity by the board to note on the drawing boat wash station by others? And it could be a contractor the same contractor could come back later, but to pull this off for this bid purpose and then work that boat wash station down another path.
If I could add one comment, one way you could accommodate that would be to list the boat launch as an bid alternate. That way it's not, and it's the boat wash would be the bid alternate and would not be part of the base bid. That way, if you executed a contract for whatever reason, you wouldn't necessarily have to delete it. It would be something you could further evaluate and add it at a later date. It would not necessarily have to be part of the base bid package. That would accommodate basically the same thing.
That thought appeals to me, Andrew.
That one's Rick, but that's all right.
Close enough. We're interchangeable.
You're interchangeable. How does Andrew feel about that?
Well, he's we've got some jokes about that, but we'll share that for a later time.
Okay, all right. In this month's packet, Linda Slopsma had presented a sketch, and I think it was of the Lake Leelanau.
Did I say Lake Ann?
You did, but maybe Lake Ann has one too. At any rate, the sketch shows kind of like a pullout area. And so Rick has recommended maybe we go with an alternate. But what happens if we do the groundwork for either the CD3 or the water wash? We change maybe, or we look at what Rick has spec'd for width and length of the CD3. make sure it complies for either the CD3 or water wash application. That gets included into the bid. The alternate that Rick has suggested is whether or not they include the CD3. Did I muddy things up really bad there, Rick?
I must admit, I'm somewhat confused.
Okay. You don't have a sketch in our sketch that we have in our packet. It was in a public comment thing. But on the drawing, you do show, I'll say a pull-off area where the CD3 is going to be installed, right?
On Park Road?
On Park Road.
Okay.
Yep. Are you following me there?
I guess I'd have to see the sketch that you're referring to and how it could be.
No, right
incorporated.
now I'm talking about your drawing.
Your last drawings, Rick,
where-
that show the boat wash on Park Road before you get to the ranger station.
Yes.
And that, converting that overflow parking area to a boat wash area. That's what he's talking about.
Are we back? Well, I guess there are a couple of, let me recap where we've talked about potential locations for, say, the CD3. One conversation was the dump station area. Then we also evaluated the storage area, which would maybe be a little more preferable if you're looking at a possible wet location. And then we also talked about, I think, the ability, there was some discussion on the board of moving the CD3 station up by the potential future ranger station as a way to catch inbound traffic. So all those three options are something we've had at various times. It sounds like from what Mr. Pop is saying is there might be a thought of going back to the overflow storage trailer area, and that might be the best location to create a wet location. Is that correct?
So Ron Pop, Rick.
Yep.
The drawing that I was last looking at, I do apologize. I felt showed the CD3 just at Park Road, off of Park Road at the current storage area. And I just went to the website to download the most recent plan set from 11/11. And I don't see the CD3 shown near the dumpster area in the proposed parking in that drawing set.
It's shown actually a little bit northwest of the dumpster in a zone adjacent to the it's part of that inbound lane. It's not a separate area, which was the previous version that was in the trailer storage, which we still have that drawing. We didn't discard it, but we could bring that back easy enough if that's the direction you would like.
No, I do see it now. Okay. Yep. I do see it now. And so merely as all I was thinking is that let's just think about some numbers here, depending on what the scale is on this drawing. Maybe that's a 20 by 70 area where you have the CD3 located or proposed location. That white area. And so I am specifically looking on drawing C102.
Hold on, I'll try to pull that back up.
Yep.
That's 929. Most current have not been
Guaranteed, you gotta go to the website.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay, C 102.
yep, right at the very bottom. And it's really a match line with C 103.
Okay, I see the line.
Mhm. Do you see the boat wash area? It's the white rectangle.
The left, in the upper left. Right by R532, to the right.
No, I don't see. Oh, wait a minute. Okay,
It looks
proposed
kinda like a-
CD3 waterless boat station.
Yeah,
Oh, over there.
Yep, you got it. Heidi, do you have it?
Yep.
And that's on the road.
Isn't it by the boat storage?
Well, this is by the parking lot.
Yeah, this isn't anywhere near the parking lot, the overflow parking lot.
No, it's by the proposed parking lot. And so it does a great job at preserving the campground's overflow. My only thought was, Rick, have you found it yet, sir?
No, I'm still trying to get the right drawing set pulled up here since Andrew's, I think, the one that forwarded the email. So let me, probably the
That
easiest
is
thing is,
going to
let me
be
go
a
to your,
highly
let me go to your,
congested
let me
area.
go to your website. That might be the easiest.
And Cheryl, that's along the lines of my comments.
Right,
is
that's
that-
gonna be highly congested area right there.
Mhm. And so just bear with me a minute. I'm sorry, Don. I hope you've got your place marked. Didn't mean to steal the conversation from you.
I was ready to hand it off.
He tagged you, Rick.
I pivoted left to hand off the bone. There was nobody there.
Hmm.
Yep, I'm here.
Which sheet were you referencing, Ron? I've got the November.
Okay, so did you go to
C102.
the website and download the file?
I've got the 1111. I think it's
Okay.
1111 plans open from the
So I'm
website.
on page 3 of 9.
Oh, okay. C102.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll wait for Cheryl to come back to her station.
I'm listening, I'm just looking for something. I'm not finding.
Well, I want to make sure that we graphically get an idea in our minds.
Yeah, I know where it's at on here.
Sh- Cheryl thinks, and I agree wholeheartedly, that while that's a nice spot, I think it's a nice spot, but we are going to have to create a pull-off like you had earlier off of Park Road.
Yeah, at the trailer storage area. The overflow.
Yep, so people get out of the regular lane of traffic.
Especially if you're looking for a location that could serve either, as an alternate for the CD3 location or future for a wet location,
Yep,
that the original overflow trailer storage area would be the most flexible to do either and would seem to make the most sense from our perspective.
why? from my perspective, where you have this one located
I-
on sheet 3 of
I,
9.
I think the amount of disruption, and while number one, we're topographic wise, I guess we can evaluate it. I just think that we're starting to run into some topography, and I just think the overall congestion of having that at that location of entry might be a little more problematic than I think you would desire.
If I remember correctly, there was 7 feet of topographical change where the pull-off was spec'd over at the storage area. So that certainly had some topographical change, and I'm
Well, you, from that area, Ron, I'm sorry to interrupt it, you're at a 630.28 rating. And as you move away from the water to the southwesterly direction, there's lines there that go as low as 623 in several spots, which again is moving that further to the southwest to create that lane. Also, the benefit to that is the DNR is looking for at least a 2% grade away from the water. So kind of naturally it fits by just moving that right off the road shoulder and just bringing that back with a pull-in lane and pull-out lane. Getting enough, run up space and then run out space to get back into traffic.
Well, and there another alternative that, again, with this, the C-102 as it's shown, we're showing a double lane. There would be should we, we could evaluate reducing that to a single lane and then incorporating more of a pull-off lane, which could, again, serve more as the boat wash.
Rick, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Oh.
So let me see if I can graphically describe this. So where this unit sits today, it's based on the premise that the boat and the vehicle are going to stop in that lane.
Correct.
I'm suggesting that you push that CD3, you push the boat wash unit further down to the southwest, or southwest, and you create a pull-off. So you're bringing in a gravel or pervious surface. You're putting in a pervious base that I have a vehicle and a boat pulling completely out of those two lanes of traffic. Pulling into it.
Yeah. I follow you. I mean, there is between the trailer store, the overflow trailer storage area and say the current location of the CD3, there is a bit of a knob, a high point that could probably, we could reconfigure that and develop some type of pull-off lane of some marginal size to accommodate, somebody off the roadway.
If I may comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so these two lanes up here, the reason these two lanes were put in is because right now we have a situation where there's heavy check-in of campers. Like on Thursdays and Fridays, there's very heavy check-in of campers, okay? We could have 30, 35 vehicles coming in, but some of them might be tents, but so there's a lot of people checking in. And so what happens is if you get boats hung up behind campers, the boats shouldn't have to wait for campers to check in. That's why we wanted the campers to pull up in that lane that would be closest to the ranger station. And we at one point had enough room there where like 2 or 3 could be stacked up. And then you could still get boats in that outer lane that could come in and, there'd have to be some kind of little kiosk there. If they don't have a pass, they would have to get one, you know. And then it would not be hindering the boats getting to the launch. And so I agree with Don that using this 3 of 9 page on the November plans, that boat wash station, if you want it on an inbound, it needs to be moved back a little bit, like close to the end of where closer to the westernmost point of that island where the ranger station's gonna be, and then off where you have to pull off and out of that lane, because we don't wanna have, you know, if a boat comes in and it's in the boat wash, okay, well, maybe a trailer comes in to retrieve a boat. You know, somebody could have gone down to the overflow and got their trailer with no boat on it. They just need to get to the boat launch. They don't need to go through the boat wash because they don't have a boat on their trailer. And so you're not holding up anybody with the boat wash. So I think it needs to go back. This is the other idea from having it in the overflow. It needs to go back and then be off a pull-off area off the road that is, you know, a pull in, pull out area. So then when they pull back out, they can still get all straightened up for the kiosk or whatever is going to be there. If they need a pass or, you know, they've already got their pass or whatever.
So building upon what both Don and Cheryl indicated, the current location of the proposed CD3, what happens, and identifying what Rick has said about the topographical changes, and it does look like there could be about 4 or 5 foot of topographical change there needed to the boat wash station to the southwest. What happens if we moved it towards the incoming traffic
To the
northwest, which then if you take a look at those topographical lines there, there's really only, well, there's about 5 feet of difference there, but it's very wide to get that 5 foot of difference. You could easily, I think, in that area, are you with me so far, Rick?
Well, I was going to say I'm looking at the electronic file where I can actually scale some dimension.
Okay.
It looks like there is a topographical zone that is about
We're looking for something, Rick, in about 70 foot in length. So if you pull off out of the main traffic, you're pulling onto some pervious surface, and that total run off the road is about 70 foot. You're parking roughly in the middle to, you know, power wash your boat. That width is 25 feet from the edge of the road in is what you would need.
Yeah.
So you're looking for a landing area of about 70 feet in length and 25 feet in width.
There's a zone that I want to say is 100 feet west of the island that contains the ranger station. Maybe I'm assuming that's the area you're talking about, Ron, where there's kind of there's less contour lines that we could program about a 100 to 125 foot pull off zone. Is that what you and?
Yes, so there's 2 markers that might help identify. So there is a box number 3. So that's to the legend, right?
Oh,
you see the box number 3
in drawing C102.
He's on the electronic version.
Oh,
So
well, I'm back to 102.
It's like if you took the boat wash where it is and just backed it up. Not going
I see this.
south,
I
just
think
backing it up along that dark gray.
Yeah, I see the box 3. the location that I would say might, from a graphical perspective, might work better is there is a box that has there's a box that has a north and easting call out that is between it's to the left of the island, and it's got north 8548360.26, east 1941982. That would be the area that I would think from a topographical perspective would accomplish what easier on what you, if you want to have a pull-off zone.
And so I was thinking the box number 3 would be the eastmost portion of this pull-off, moving it back towards the northeast marker. And I do apologize. I'm going to say it's 548.
Yep, 332. Yep, I follow you. I mean, it's just a function of either way. I mean, that location is just a function of pushing those contours out further to accommodate a pull off.
Exactly. Somewhere in there. And Don, your number was 25 by 70.
Yes, yeah, 25 by 70. We need another 20 square feet to put in the water pressure pump, but there's flexibility. That can be moved anywhere around there.
That wouldn't really matter, would it?
No, so, but the pull off area from start to enter safely, exit safely, and to put the unit in there out of harm's way off of the road, you need 25 foot wide by 70 foot in length. 25 foot wide is what measures out really well on the unit I saw.
25 by 70 or give or take some additional room to give you a little cushion.
Is that enough maneuvering room for triple axle trailers? Because I can tell you, they need a lot of room to turn.
Well, a lot of that would even be too, is giving them a generous radius taper in and a nice generous taper out. So it's, again, we can put a turning template on that.
So
to make sure that those movements are accommodated.
Board, if I could direct your attention just momentarily to packet page 38. And Rick, what I will do is, I don't know, maybe you can download our packet and get on page 38.
Agenda packet.
It would be just a couple of lines below where you downloaded this.
Yep, I see. It's downloading.
Board members, are you there yet?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay.
You said 35?
38, Heidi.
38. Okay, I'm almost there.
I'm sorry, Cheryl, did you say yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So Don, I think your dimension was 25 by 70.
Yeah. But yeah, one of the things I would say that where you are, that's your pad area where you need to comfortably put, but there was some feathering in, depending on how sharp you want your ins and outs. And if you've got the length to soften that turn in and that turn out, which is what the Lake Leelanau did. Basically, they put the wooden corral fence right along the road. So basically turning, you weren't cutting in deep, but you were coming inside that fence. You were coming in softly, pulling up, and then entering and exiting rather softly. The entire length, the entire run was 90 foot. So that you needed 70 foot by 25 for the facility to wash, and then they basically added another 10 feet on either side in ingress and egress that just softened that turning.
Could we call it an on-ramp and off-ramp?
Exactly. Well, that's what I would, yes. I think that's a great descriptor of it. Yeah.
Something gentle.
Yeah,
slow.
I'd say the page 39, the Lake Leonard model that Donna just mentioned would be something that, you know, we could program into that space, that between that box 3 and that other tag, and we could just push the grade out as necessary.
And so on page 39, board, what I was trying to build upon is I see value in doing dirt work to allow for the pressure washer to be, if that's, or the CD3 to be installed where the shed is. And then eventually that might allow 2 lanes of boat washes.
Right.
We're not going to have 2 people boat washing at the same time, but we certainly could have 2 people waiting. And to Cheryl's point about congestion, I would like to try and get rid of the congestion off of the street. And this might be an applicable way to do it. So instead of your 20 by 70, I'm asking for 46 by 70.
Sure.
And, you know, we may not use it, or we may find that it's a good value. Do you understand my ask of the board, Rick?
Yes, I believe so. That, you know, and you're right. I mean, it's it's essentially just moving dirt to accommodate the space that you want.
Yep. And in that area, we've highlighted between, well, box 3 and whatever the east-west nomenclature is. Most of that seems to be about a 4 or 5 foot topo change.
Mm-hmm.
And so that should feel relatively easy, I would think. Cheryl, what's your thought? Does that get rid of
Well, I'm
congestion
looking
there?
on, I'm trying to figure out on here where the, do you have the current shed on this 102? Do you have the location on there of that? I didn't see that.
What are you calling shed? The tool shed?
Right.
Yeah.
I was wondering if
That's
that was.
over in the other island, the kidney-shaped island.
Oh, yeah. No, I know it's gonna be moved. I was wondering if it was the current location of it was shown on here.
Oh,
So because you don't go, you know, this other island over here, I'm not sure exactly how long this is from this little R5 to R13 thing, but I was just thinking we're maybe gonna get into those trees a little bit. Those trees, they're fairly close to the ranger station there. You know, you come in, you've got the overflow parking, then you've got woods, then it gets open again, but it's really not all that far from the ranger station. 60 feet, maybe? I'm not sure, but anyways, I was just curious if the current shed location was on. I'm just saying we might get into taking some trees out. I think
oh,
we
I'm sure
will.
we will.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking trees out there.
I think that's going to be the balance of, to get it to that location, it's going to come at earthwork, a little bit of additional earthwork, and also tree removal. But it's also going to have the benefit of having that proximity that you want. And the pull off ability to accommodate, you know, at least 2 trucks and trailers of you know, per se, for the boat wash area.
So I know this is out of the box. But looking at where box number 3 is, right? And if you travel directly south of box number 3, and that's going to be on map on drawing number C103. That's the beginning of the new parking lot. And if you look at, you can see that its elevation is 627. And we're leaving an elevation of 624.
Well, I think the actual spaces start at 623, don't they?
But you can see on the north edge of where that proposed parking is going to be is 627.
But that's grass or ground,
Yeah, it's ground.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's not parking spaces,
But it's-
right?
it is the north edge of the proposed parking area.
Of what would be graded for it, yes.
Yep.
Right,
So the fact is that entire area right through there, you could create, instead of an off ramp and an on ramp, your on ramp could be right into the parking area. That could be future. That could be now. I think that's just an ideal spot for the boat wash to go. And 3 foot of earth is enough to move. Got it?
yeah, I don't think we need to create that driveway now.
No.
Right, yeah, I don't, because I'm not sure that we would want that, but, you know, most people, they're headed right straight down to the launch and then they're gonna come back. And of course, they're gonna find a spot in the existing launch if they can, because this one is a little bit further back. But,
My reason for bringing it forward, at some point in time, invasive species are now on our natural hazard mitigation plan. The state's going to make this a requirement.
It
Every boat's-
already is. It's in the fishing book.
Yeah, but they're gonna make it more forceful. We might want room for more than 2 just to pull off out of the parkway, or, you know, out of the roadway area. And so that was the only thinking that, you know, in the future, if it comes to fruition, we could easily make a road between box number 3 and the north edge of that parking. And now we've just created another 300 foot of space, depending on scale, for boats to stage.
Yeah, I like the vision because to your point, I think that invasive, if they're putting the invasive species in the mitigation plan, they're just not going to let that slide.
They're not gonna let this boat launch go away. I hate, you know, they're not. You're gonna
But
have
to
to
be
watch.
prepped for it, or have things designed that, you know, I'm not going to say it's simple as plug and play, but to have that foresight and conceptually have that laid in there will make things a lot easier down the road.
Does the board agree with moving the current location of the CD3 to somewhere, I'm going to say north and west of box number 3?
I am, based on what I'm seeing in our discussion, yes.
Heidi, what are your thoughts?
I'm good with it opening up for possible future expansion, so it's a good idea. But I really seriously, you gotta watch the boats.
I think that's,
and you said move the boat wash location to somewhere west of box 3?
north and west, Cheryl. And really, that's a horrible way of describing, right? Because that notation box could easily get deleted, so on and so forth. but really there's no other nomenclature unless, Rick, you can come up with a better way. And I'm not advocating where it begins. I'm just thinking that that's kind of like the southeast end of it, if that makes sense.
I mean, we can look at a location near box 3, and we can also look at the impacts of, say, something that's a little more northwest.
Yep.
And then give you the option to say which one meets your preference.
No, just to be clear, the on-ramp is near box 3, but the off-ramp is north and west to your liking. Did I say that right?
Backward.
Backward?
Yeah, that was a little
Okay.
backwards.
So the on,
The off ramp is north and west of 3, and the off ramp is near 3.
didn't you say off and
The
on?
I'm sorry, the ramp, well, you know, where you turn in and
It's
then you
more
gotta turn
difficult.
back out.
Yeah.
They're
All right.
both-
All right, so this may clarify it. There's the box 3, which is a kind of kitty corner, say southwest of the ranger station. If you look up on Park Road, there is a box 26, which is the far edge of this sheet. I would think that we need to evaluate that entire zone for the best fit to accommodate what you would like.
Well, that's an idea.
But if you look at box 3, just north and west a little bit, 100 feet, there is another box 26, boss.
Yeah, I know. If there's another box 26 way to your,
Yes,
yeah,
I see that
exactly.
now.
I'm saying the
But yeah.
far left box 26. I think that's the zone to really accommodate the movements that we can evaluate and find where that best fit is to get the amount of stacking and space that you want, that you think's desirable.
Yeah, because I mean, where people come in, there could even be a line. For instance, fishing tournaments, you know, there's a line to get their pass.
Well, you're
So then they're backed up, and I wouldn't want them to be too far backed up beyond the boat wash station,
where
you know?
no,
but
I'm
those
trying to
don't-
pull up the CAD file. And I think if you look at the Lake Leelanau example, if you really look at that example, that zone is, I think, probably exceeding 130 feet in length by when you start incorporating the inbound, outbound tapers and the ability to have vehicles washing. I think it's going to be a little larger zone to really make sure that it flows properly.
Yep, that seems reasonable.
Yeah. But that's, yeah.
And so just to recap, the wash zone is now about 46 by 70. Is that consensus of the board?
Yes, it is me, yeah.
And it, excuse me.
2 lanes.
Packet page 38 kind of offers a visual clue to what those dimensions would look like.
Would you say 46 by 75?
I said 46 by 70.
Yeah.
But 75 would be fine. I mean, as Rick has already indicated, by the time
He's gonna go to 90. and all that.
it's going to be 130, sure.
Right.
I don't think you'd ever regret having it too big. You can definitely regret having it too small.
Yes. You know, my particular rig is 53 feet long. And it's a challenge. You got to know what you're doing. So consensus, Cheryl?
What I put down is consensus to move boat launch location to somewhere north and west of box 3, size is about 46 by 70.
Okay, and you're good with that? Yes,
I think it's better than where it is.
okay,
I'm
Heidi?
good with it.
all right. So thanks, Don, for bringing that up. What's next?
Well, if we move past the Article 16, the opening of bids, I don't know if we're going to come back to that, if that may just dovetail in here if we start lining up dates, but then the question is that you folks are providing a field engineer that I think you said is visiting the project once a week.
We have I think we've got a number of hours programmed in our proposal, and we would, again, work with the contractor in the schedule and determine what those best times would be.
Okay, but there's a field.
There's a field component to
An
this.
engineer or is a field?
It'd be somebody from either a construction, one of our construction staff, or an engineer from our Traverse City office.
Okay, so you have somebody that's overseeing that aspect of it, but then we still have, we've had multiple discussions that we haven't landed on anything, well, other than, the managing the project internally. There's been a number of ideas kicked around, but somebody's going to have to interact with the F&V and potentially be on site. Look in the hole, so to speak, if there's things to talk about, because if I don't know what to expect. It's a marine engineering project that I just don't have any project experience with marine engineering.
Cheryl?
So what typically is the progress meeting schedule on something like this?
Every 2 weeks, there is a progress meeting.
And that's the way it was done with the fire station project. And so the engineer and the general contractor was there. I was there, but I was just, they were pointing things out to me and whatnot. And then the engineer was there once, at least one of them per month. I mean, I think we would want the engineer there at both monthly progress meetings, because really, the township, as you know, is required to have an architect or an engineer on any capital project over $15,000. So the engineer is really the one, you got your general contractor, that's who you're hiring. They're hiring their subs. That's kind of how I'm envisioning this. But the engineer is the one who is every step of the way is saying, okay, yes, this work was, I'm going to certify that this work was done and it was done to the standards that are called out in the contract. And so that's your every 2 week. Now I see things can go on, more often than every 2 weeks, but typically from what I saw with the fire station project, it was every 2 weeks, and and certain things that have to be inspected can't, by other agencies, because remember the state's going to be involved in this too. They're going to be visiting the site because of the contract with the state. They're not just going to let us just run wild with this thing and, they're going to, give us the money at the end or whatever. They're going to be there too. And so to me, you would have every 2 week progress meetings, and you would have the engineer there at all of those.
So.
And I'm sorry, just one last thought. And if someone from your Traverse City office was able to visit the site once a week, I think that would be better yet, because then they would, they could say, oh, well, I see this. Is that the way we were going to do it? Check the plans, whatever. And then something doesn't go 2 weeks before it's looked at. If, some of this is going to be not that complicated. This isn't really that complicated of a project. But anyways, would somebody be able to be there once a week, Rick?
I think that, again, we'll have to coordinate that with the contractor. Will have to submit
Yeah.
at the pre-construction meeting his schedule, and then we can blueprint all that out. Because again, it's a function of when they anticipate doing work. The way the contract work is set up right now is there is a focus on the parking and the drives, and then there's a focus on the launch itself. They're really divided into two segments or milestones, if you will, because they're really they're kind of two distinct efforts.
And scheduling.
Yeah, and
It's better
scheduling is
scheduling.
Yep.
So just as a thought board.
Well,
I'm sorry, Rick, did you have
and
something?
also the scheduling that the site work can be done and not necessarily interfere with your summer launch activities, and that the boat launch is done towards the end of your season to not impact your revenue stream.
Yes, that was the underlying foundation of my comment. Yep. So this is likely for the board to consider, and right along the lines of Cheryl's comments. If I understood correctly, Blair Township, in their construction phase of the new purpose-built fire station, $7 million project, actually hired a general contractor to be on site and advise the board that they were getting what they wanted. This person was intimate with the prince and could be the liaison, if you will, or the go-between between the engineering staff, which is Rick's group, right? And Rick is still going to have whatever safety controls he wants and his company wants. But the township went a step further and had their own consultant, because none of us, even though Cheryl says this is a simple project, I disagree wholeheartedly. This is a marine project, and to your point, Don, I've never done one.
Yeah, we were building a 10,000 square foot C-store with pumps and dispensers and everything else. I'd just be a walk in the park. I just have never done a marine project, and it just feels radically
need
different.
help.
It feels different. Yeah.
And so maybe that's something and the beauty of that is the board could actually release Rick, get him doing what he needs to do. And then if this concept was plausible, I'll say, to the board, then we could look at that on our own time. Get Rick moving on his piece. Are you with me on that, Rick?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in some instances where the owner, like, I think back to Don's comment, who's representing the township's interest from your perspective, because we've seen some people do it with just a single individual. We've seen some people do it with a committee, which gets a little more challenging because during construction, you might have to vest that decision-making ability to get decisions on a timely basis, so the contractor does not push on, issues like, increased mobilization or delays by the owner. We've seen where in some instances where, like I think you were saying, almost like an owner's representative as a
There-
third party, that would probably be the term I would classify what you're thinking, Ron, is do you designate? And, you know, we've seen in some instances where communities would say, hire an owner's representative who is like somebody from the construction field that's retired or something of that nature, where they could be that set of eyes from the township owner rep perspective.
Because it's going to be costly for Rick to bring people out from Traverse City. And Cheryl, even though that was kind of something that you liked, I do like that. But this person from Traverse City might not always be the same person, might not be as involved in the project as we all are, or our owner's representative, and that's a great term. I think that encapsulates everything I was trying to communicate.
It's just that the engineer has to be there because that's a statute. The engineer, we have to have the engineer.
But that's on Rick.
Right.
That's Rick's group, so he
Right,
needs.
right.
that-
Okay,
we're-
that's
we're-
because you mentioned free him up or something like that. And I don't think the engineering firm they're going to be involved every step of the way because they are required to be by law.
Let me
So-
clear up what I said by free up. I'm concerned that if we don't get Rick moving here, and that's not Rick's fault, it's our fault. If we don't release him to get this thing out and going for bids, we're gonna run out of time.
I'm concerned about that too.
And so while we struggle with our internal control over project management, I'm saying let's free Rick up to get this thing out to bids. And I think this boat wash thing was the last design element. I know I'll be shot for saying this, but I'm also, I'm kind of thinking that an alternate should be back to 4 lanes. Because again, looking 15 years in the future.
That's
Well-
just it, right there.
You know, I don't know. I don't necessarily know if there would need to be an alternate, Ron. I mean, the way the contract is set up is it's called measurement and payment. And if basically, if we had a design for whatever 36 planks, and for whatever reason, if there was a desire to maybe look at some cost savings and you reduced it from say 36 to 28, that's done through the contract process, and the contractor only gets paid for what is installed. So it doesn't necessarily have to be like a formal alternate. It's just with the understanding of, in the construction process, we would evaluate with you and your owners, whatever owner's rep, and does the cost make sense to either keep it at the 4 or reduce it to the 3? That's a function of just purely, it could be done just via a change order process as a normal part of construction.
So my concept of the planks, Rick, is that they are one piece north to south. Is that wrong?
There are actually 4 pieces north to south.
Okay.
So expanding from 3 to 4 is just a function of how many pieces.
Yep.
Because aren't they 4 by 18?
Yes.
Right.
So it's a
you got-
function,
Right.
the launch is going to be either 54 feet wide or 72 feet wide. Even if you wanted to reduce it to say 3 lanes, we have it set up now where all the underground work is set up that you could expand it in the future and would be put in place. There's no advantage of reducing, say, the aggregate pad. I would say do that regardless at a future maximum 4 lane width. It's just a function. It's just a function of how many concrete planks do you want to put in now versus later.
Right.
So expand on your comment a little bit there, Don.
I just said it's no different than what we just got done discussing about the boat wash. You know, we all consensusly agreed that building out that extra lane makes sense. Don't know when, if, how, when we're gonna need it. Likely, we're going to with invasive species. What I hear from Rick is doing the same thing at the launch, is build out for the 4 lanes. And if cost is where it needs to be, and we do 3 today, the infrastructure is already there to add a 4th lane at some point in the future, if
10 years or
if the
something.
quantity, you know, if the data supports it. But yeah, to your point, whether it's 10 years or 15 years, Cheryl,
Right.
but you know, from what I heard Rick say is like, you're not saving much, if anything, by not laying the foundation for 4 lanes. Scaling back to 3 doesn't really do anything for you from there's no massive cost savings.
Well, and whatever small cost savings there are, if you did expand, it would be, you know, more expensive in the future to try to add that after the fact. It just makes sense to do it now. And then the only question is evaluating the cost of the planks, which that's an easy, you know, now or 10 years from now.
I mean, it's a solid principle for on both of these areas, and you know, I hope we, not to digress, but I hope we do that on other projects as well. There's a lot of good rationale to build this out in the future if we need it.
And that's like I said, and I think that's the way a lot of our contract language, that's the purpose of measurement and payment, is it gives you that flexibility within the contract to expand or contract. And not affect the base contract agreement. It's that ability just to flex and as needed.
Well, I'm glad to hear that there was some consensus about potentially looking at the 4 lanes once again, because I was unimpressed with the amount of money we didn't save. Did I say that right? Sure. By dropping the 4th lane. So I think that's good. I think we're in a good spot.
And I think boaters, for the most part, you know, they're used to launching somewhere where there's either 2 lanes or 4 lanes. And I mean, I know we have the one down here in Acme that's just a 1 lane thing, but to me, the 3, I mean, unless it's just, you know, we decide after we get the bid prices back that, oh yeah, we do want to go back to 3, we just need to. To me, you just do the 4 lanes because it just makes more sense, I think. And there's times, you know, and right, it's not every day, but there's plenty of days when 4 lanes are needed out there. That people are, and people to not feel quite so rushed to get their boat out. And, you know, there's times out there where the boat's coming in, somebody wants to launch and they won't let the person launch. They'll just pull right up in there and they don't let the, you know, we maybe have a boat or 2 that wants to launch later in the day. Some people don't launch till 5 o'clock. They want to go for an evening tour on the lake or whatever. They didn't launch at 10 o'clock to go, you know, get sun all day, you know, or they're going evening fishing or whatever. And so, you know, there's nobody down there. So there's nobody to control that. It's very difficult to control that even with somebody down there, because you have no effective way of communicating with the boats that are out on the water. They can't hear you. Their motors are running, you know, and so to me, the 4 lanes is the way to go. But if we have to scale it back to 3 once we have prices that indicate we do, then we do. But to me, it just makes more sense to do 4.
And I think we can review operational changes to train the people. And if they're untrainable, then they can use a different launch.
You mean train the boaters?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Well, it's a legal thing.
Well, I guess it is, but
It is.
I mean, they know what they're supposed to do, but every boat launch in Michigan that has a lot of boaters has issues.
We don't
you
have
know?
that problem in Elk Rapids,
Well, that's because there's somebody right there.
just saying.
Well, that's what I
That's an
mean. There's somebody
operational
right there.
change.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are we good? Don, do you have any more?
No, no, I'm much more comfortable where this is heading. I like the idea of what we just talked about with the boat wash adjustments. I like the idea of prepping for that fourth lane, and we can see what to Cheryl's point, what the price comes in. I think we're fine with the opening of the bid. I'm satisfied with my question on the liquidated damages. I just wanted to make sure to Rick's point, we weren't pricing ourselves too high or too low. I'm comfortable that we have a standard or a meticulous, something to refer to. And then I think legitimately, the question that's open, but I think we're leaning, saying that we find an owner's representative, somebody with engineering skills that could put some focus on our project for us. And that could be a retired citizen that's an engineer that is willing to for some level of compensation, manage this project for us on a day-to-day basis. I think that would be something that we just need to explore a little bit more. But I agree with whoever said the statement, and I think it was you. I think the other things that can work in parallel. And let's start getting this out for bids. Make the changes and get it out for bids.
And do you have a
Cheryl,
number?
your
Do you have
thoughts?
It definitely needs to be put out for bid as soon as possible, but we have to give, I mean, with the holidays coming up.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever Rick thinks he can do, as far as getting it out, and then how long do we put it out? I mean, what, for 2 or 3 weeks or something like that, Rick?
We use, I mean, if we,
Hold on a minute, Rick. Hold on a minute. That's a different question, important.
Right,
But let's
right.
make sure we got board consensus on this right now,
Okay.
on these items. So Heidi,
I just have one question. What was an expense or a cost that you thought this quote person with the extra eyes, what were you looking?
I don't know, Heidi. I'm gonna have to do some research on what
I
something.
did some research on it, but I just wondered, what's your 10, 12, 20, what's your ballpark figures? here?
25 grand.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with getting it out for bid.
Okay, Cheryl.
Well, I just think we need to get some
Dates.
going here and get this out, decide, when it's gonna be posted, when the bids are due, and when the bids are gonna be opened.
So Rick, I'm still gonna cut in front of you here. I do apologize. But I think from one of our previous meetings, I recall that we thought the bids would be out for 60 days. Is that a viable number, Rick?
we generally don't go much longer than the 3 to 5 week period.
We have, my note here, Ron, says that we had talked about finalizing the bid package here, this meeting, and January 16th would be the expectation for the bids coming back. If we had gotten, my notes here says, if we had gotten this, if we get this ready to go out for bid, let's say by this meeting, which we're obviously here, January 16th would be the bid deadline, is what came up in that conversation. Now, my note could be off, but that's.
Maybe I would have agreed with you if that was 11/15 or whenever we last looked at this. But
Yeah.
the 12/13 meeting to January, what, 3rd, 6th? Might be a little short.
16th. Well, no, that's the bid deadline, not the date we're gonna look at it. Correct? There's the deadline for the bids to be in. We typically, you would not want to have a meeting on the day the bids come in because they'd have until 5 o'clock to get the bids here. Usually you have until 5 PM. Okay, so you would want to have a meeting, hi Carol, a day or two after that. I mean, I don't know what the 16th, what day that falls, but you would want to have something close after that to open up the bids. Do you want to put it in the box?
So let's clean the slate here and just say, okay, what do we,
I like it.
yeah, let's
I
just
like it.
clear the slate and the.
Okay, so then thinking about that, if we were looking at our January meeting is 110. And our February meeting would be,
Can I just interrupt with a preliminary question?
yeah,
I would like to ask Rick when they can have it ready to be put out because for bid. Because I think that is going to be more determinative of when the bid deadline should be. When can they have it ready to be put out for?
I would actually look more the other aspect of when you're meeting and your January meeting 10th makes that, you know, somewhat, we're too close already to that date. So
Right.
from your board perspective, if you're going to execute a contract or, you know, you're not going to deal with that either in a special meeting late in January or your February meeting. So I
again,
would probably start at your February meeting date and work that, say that you know, from whatever your February meeting date was, is you want, say, 10 days to 2 weeks to process the bid information. Therefore, the bid information should be, again, a week or so ahead of that window. So if your February meeting is, what were you saying, Ron, is it the 14th?
so to be clear, I was thinking we would open the bids on February 14th during the regular meeting. Nothing's going to get accomplished at the bid opening as far as decisions, with the exception of setting a special meeting. Of course, February, January, and March are all budget months. And if we were going to allow, let's say 4 weeks, 30 days for somebody to respond to a bid, Rick's group would have to have their packet out by, you know, January 14th, which seems like a reasonable time frame. Would you agree with that, Rick?
I think we could have it out sooner than that. If I can interject, I would target a bid opening for January 31st. And then that way, if everything moves forward, you could act upon it in your February meeting.
No. I don't see, our regular meetings are way too full to put something like this on it. I mean,
Historically, we do not see bid openings the bid opening is its own event. It is, I cannot think of when we have ever scheduled one at a actual council as part of a board meeting. But that's your prerogative. If you want it the 14th, then that'll give us more than enough time to dial in the boat wash and get it to you so you can have a chance to review it before it actually goes out for consumption. That's fine as well.
Board, I'll entertain your comments on whether or not. So just thinking about our normal board meetings and the amount of work that they are. Let's say we get 3 bids. Will we have enough time during the course of our normal lives to go through a monthly packet and 3 bids? So to Rick's point, we could schedule a special meeting for the 31st. We could open the bids. The packet's going to come out right about then. So we're going to have a fair amount of information to go through. And I can see, this is just me saying I didn't have time to look through it thoroughly. Who's going to create the bid tab? That's going to be Rick's group, I guess. Would
Yes,
that
we
be
create,
right?
yes, we create the tab and
So after the 31st, Rick's group would have to create the tab. Let's give them 2-3 days to do that. Just throwing out numbers, Rick, not committing you to anything.
oh no, it's a
Now-
short process, but 2 to 3 days is more than enough time.
Now we're into the first week of February before we get that information. It's whatever the board would like to do. I see merit in Rick's recommendation. But I really am gonna hate to push something like this.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say, and I think it's, I like the idea of getting the bids back by January 31st.
Okay.
And if we can get those opened on or about January 31st. And they can then put the package together, the summary, the matrix. I still stand by my original statement. I think that this project still merits a topic meeting of itself. And I think that rather, instead of trying to force it into the February 14th meeting, and I'm not even suggesting you force it into the March regular meeting. I'm saying you find a hole somewhere and that becomes the topical one agenda item and
Probably after the 14th meeting?
of course,
or-
after, yeah,
Well-
between,
Okay,
go ahead.
Oh.
After the 14th meeting, but before the March
okay.
14th meeting.
Good idea. Because we can change our budget schedule around.
Well, to me, I like Rick's, open the bids on the 31st. And they'll have the bid tab done yet that week, I'm sure, because that's a Tuesday. So they'll have that done. We can ask them to have it done within a day or two. And then, so yes, we have our regular meeting on the 14th of February. And maybe, and that's 2 weeks from, of course, then we'll have to have the information. These bids will have to be PDF'd and sent out to everybody, posted on the website. And then we could have something like maybe on the 21st, a special meeting on the 21st, or that would be 1 week after the 14th. That should be enough time for everybody. It's almost 3 weeks.
I agree. I hear what you're saying, and I'm along those same lines. I'm not sure until F and V gives us back that summary comparison. And if it's pretty straightforward, then maybe the 21st is a doable, option to shoot for. If it comes back and it looks like it's going to be more complex than it is, and we need another week or so to digest it and go through it, we could push it back to February 28th. I'm just saying, I think the reality is that it's not February 14th, and I don't feel like it's March 14th. It's somewhere in between there, and I just don't know what that date
I'm
looks
okay
like.
with that, but you're gonna have to wait and see if everything pans out.
I think you'll know better if I mean, the critical thing for us is to set a date and a location for the opening. After that happens, I think you'll get a better picture of what that time frame is. It may be straightforward. And it could be done in 2 weeks. It may be a longer process because of what the bid results tell us. So I don't know. I agree with Don. I don't know if you can go in and just predetermine a date, but that doesn't really have to be part of the advertisement. That's really a function of your board review. And it can be done once you have more information.
So everybody's got their calendar out. If the bids open on the 31st, Rick's group returns by the 6th. There's really no reason we couldn't have a meeting the week of February 6th as our first gray out date. I meant to say the week of February 6th, gray out a date, like maybe Thursday the 9th. And then we could have an alternate date of Wednesday, Thursday the 16th.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
just getting caught up here. I had a
So-
glitch. So
If we open on January 31, Rick, a little more than a week to get the work done. And if he can return it to us sooner, good. That'll give us a couple of days to review it. I'm sure we're gonna have questions. So we would review it for the first dust off on February 9. I can't imagine this board making a decision on February 9. And so then we actually make a decision on February 16.
both those dates work for me.
I'm good with those two.
If we can make the 9th as far as a decision date, great, good on us.
Okay, so we're gonna have the bid tab by when?
I was thinking if Rick's group could have it back by Monday, the 6th. So that gives him 1, 2, 3, basically 4 days to do the bid tab.
And that should not be an issue.
And really, once we have the bids open, the board can really start chewing on those numbers right then. So it's not like we're only gonna have 2 days to review the numbers.
Oh, right,
We're gonna
yeah.
have 2 days to review Rick's bid tab.
Right.
Right,
But we'll
which is
already
gonna be
have
a one-page thing.
we'll already have our own set of questions being developed. You know, February 1, I assume. So could we gray out Thursday, February 9 as a potential special meeting?
The 9th and the 16th work on my calendar, so.
Okay, Cheryl, thoughts?
I believe those work. I am not going to be here on the 31st, so that'll be a date meeting I won't be at, but that'll be the bid opening. We haven't exactly talked about how that's going to take place yet, but I will be
Heidi,
here
what
on
is-
the 9th
I'm
and
good on
16th.
the 31st.
How about the 9th
It's okay.
and the 16th?
So far, okay.
Is 9 o'clock the right number, everyone?
It works for
9
me.
AM?
Works for me on all 3 days.
I'm good.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. Rick, is that something you can work into your schedule?
Yes, that works for us as well. the only question would be, again, back to the 31st. Is there a set preference on time for the bids to be due and a opening? Generally, we usually we see it like a general range of 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or 10 or 11 in the morning. It just gives contractors, the ability to plan their delivery of their sealed bids.
Okay, board, thinking about that, would this be appropriate to give the contractors until 4 PM on the 31st of January? And could we do an opening at 7 PM?
It's New Year's Eve.
No, it's not.
No,
This is January.
January
31st.
January, okay.
Is a general rule.
You're looking at.
And I'm on December, but go on.
Again,
Well-
is our normal process is the opening follows immediately after the delivery cutoff.
That's what I thought. Usually it's.
Right.
Usually if the bids are due at 4, we'll, from our perspective, a formal would be, if contractor wants to drop a bid off early, it's time stamped by somebody at the township hall. If not, all the contractors are welcome to attend, and say the bids are due at 4 o'clock. We typically will oversee the opening with again, the clerk or the treasurer, and we basically read a short preamble, and we open the bids in the order they were received. And from that process, we put out what we call an as read opening. And then we go into the tabulation and review of the exact big tab to make sure that there's no discrepancies, but that's how we generally go through a bid opening process from our end. But again, it's certainly open to whatever you feel folks want to feel the most comfortable with.
My personal opinion is that the bid should be due by 1 PM. Because otherwise somebody's gonna be, because I've done this before, somebody's gonna be here till 5 o'clock because you've said that they can drop it off till 5 o'clock. So somebody's gonna be here till 5. Then you don't have a meeting till 7. So that's kind of some wasted time there. I mean, to me, we would have the bids due by, maybe the bids are due by noon on 1/31, and the meeting starts at 1 to open the bids.
I'm fine to receive the bids anytime. Cheryl, you're not gonna be here.
I'm not going to be
So-
here on 1/31, so someone else is gonna have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, I'm gonna be around.
I'm gonna be around, so.
I'll be here.
So, I mean, it's really up to us.
I like the idea of noon and then 1, because
Okay.
otherwise you have people coming in all day long and you don't get it.
Yeah. That's right.
You're running the office. Be here. Yeah, and anything done. So my opinion.
Well, I don't think there'll be a ton of bidders, but still, that seems like the most streamlined process without leaving it all to the end of the day.
And for me, that ruins both the morning and the afternoon.
Okay, 9 o'clock in the morning and you're off by noon? I don't know. Pick something.
You want to do bids in at 10 AM and do the opening at 11?
I can go for that too.
That help any, does it
I'm-
help in any way?
I'm, just.
I'm flexible, man.
Me too.
That,
I'm just.
that,
saying,
that, I mean,
things
at 10 o'clock and 10 o'clock due and 11 o'clock open, that makes good sense to me. I mean, you're keeping that time frame down to a logical manner.
All right,
Works for me.
10 a.m. open.
So bids are due by 10 a.m. on 131,
yes.
and then opening of
2023.
bids at an open meeting, at a posted meeting
At 11
at
a.m.
11 a.m. on 131.
Yes, that's what I have.
I have another question for Rick. If I can. So, you know, what is your estimate or guesstimate of how much time your office is gonna need to review the bids and make a recommendation? I take it, I think we would like to have that by February 9th. Is that possible?
Ron's original schedule of us having some type of recommendation report in your hands by February 6th, that is fine.
Oh, okay, because I thought that was just the bid tab.
No, we'll do all our whatever research within that window between the 31st and the 6th.
Okay.
We'll
bid
we'll
tab
have a
and-
summary. We'll have a summary recommendation based on our review of the bidders' qualifications as well by that time.
And if
So then
I-
you would have all that for your ninth.
I see, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And if I may maybe repeat myself, I said I didn't think this board would be able to make a decision on the 9th.
No, I agree
And
with
that's why
that.
we grayed out the 16th too.
Right, right.
So if Rick's group needed a little more time, like for example, to the 9th, we're already going to have lots of questions for Rick on the 9th, is what I'm envisioning. He'll have his recommendations or his group's recommendations ready the 9th or before, maybe even on the 6th, as he says. But then our actual decision could take place on the 16th.
Sure. Yeah, I wasn't trying to change the decision date. I was just trying to find out how much time they need to prepare. I have no idea what their process is and how much time they need. I only had it down that the bid tab, which is going to be a one-page document, at least from the ones I've seen, would be done by 2/6, and I just wondered how much further time they needed for this review and recommendation. So anywhere between 2/6 and 2/9 for that? I mean, Rick thinks they can have it done by 2/6. I don't think that changes anything about our 2/9 meeting. We're going to be reviewing the materials for the first time on 2/9.
Together.
The first time together, yeah.
Yeah,
People
we
might be
will
looking
be-
at them sooner than that,
Right,
but
right.
right.
All good?
I think that's good.
Okay, so who do the bids get mailed to? Can we still mail them to Cheryl? Well, no, not on the last day. So thinking if it's going to be mailed, Cheryl, can you arrange for your deputy to collect the mail that morning?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
And so if that was going to happen, then could your deputy present all of the bids that have been mailed to
Yeah.
one of the board members that morning?
I mean,
Or would you
if they
prefer it
come in
sent to my
before that
office?
by mail, well, that's what we need to decide. Are they going to your office? I mean, because there's gonna be people that are gonna walk them in, and then there's gonna be people that are gonna mail them. So, you know, the mailed ones, obviously, will pick up over there. And then I guess, Treese can just put them in your mailbox.
Okay.
Well, stamp them,
Stamp
time and
'em.
date, date and time received. And then put them in your mailbox and keep a list of the ones she put in there.
Mhm.
And that, so,
So I'm hearing that it'll be addressed to the supervisor's office.
yeah, I think that's fine.
Don?
Oh, I'm fine with that. I don't
I'm
know how
good.
it's here.
It's as good as any.
I do wonder if they'll, sometimes we do have these drop boxes out there, so I don't know if people will, sometimes people put things in those drop boxes we don't know they're putting in there. Maybe if we just specify that it's either by mail or in person. I don't know if that'll help, but
So we might also ask your deputy to open the mailbox.
she does every day. She's here. Yeah, and
Just
she
to
would
make
on
sure.
131 also.
Yeah, just to make
Right.
sure there wasn't anything in there.
Well, that would mean she'd need to be here till noon that day, just in case somebody put one in there.
But I think if the office was open, they would come in rather than put it in the mailbox.
You would hope.
We could put a plastic bag over, a garbage bag over the mailbox that morning.
Project this size, and
Yeah.
I would, they're gonna walk it in. They're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
want it.
right.
They're
That's
gonna
what
want
I
it.
think.
I would think so.
Yeah, if not.
We do cover some contingencies in our meetings. I will say
The
that.
majority of projects that we see, 99% of any seal bid is hand delivered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's.
Because
Rely
again,
on
the
it.
nervousness of some people would even though mail would be postmarked, they're very reluctant to try to mail anything in just for the fear of missing a deadline.
Isn't anybody at this table that hasn't been burned by the mail?
Oh. Okay, so
So I have another question of Rick. So is your office going to take care of the bid notice and getting that posted out there on the
we'll-
usual channels?
We'll do
or-
all the usual channels and plan rooms. We will also send you a Word document if you want to advertise it anywhere else locally. That's up to you. But we'll advertise it through our normal processes of the plan room, the builders exchange, the construction, the CAM websites, and all the contractor sources. It will be put out there for consumption. But if you have any other specifics, then that's why we provide you the notice that you can post on your website. You can, again,
Yeah.
any newspapers, that's up to you.
Right. Yeah, we should probably publish it and post it on our website. We did that previously.
I
Publish it
would
in the
think so.
paper, yeah.
I was originally going to recommend we just have a link to some of the plan rooms. But some contractors may not be internet
Linked in.
connected. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we may even want to have a hard copy here.
Oh, I would think we should. One that doesn't leave the building, but. And will you be putting in the notice, Rick, that they can contact you with questions and also for a copy of the manual? And the plans, or how do you normally do that?
Yes, we put in contact information there for the very simple aspect of even the plan rooms have that. We want them to obtain all the bidding documents from us. That is the only way we can ensure that they are complete.
Yeah.
Because there are some bid rooms where we've had contractors either copy partial documents, and it kind of corrupts the bidding process, that their bids may not necessarily be complete. So what we ask is that all requests for plans, and we send them out electronically to whoever asks for them. That way we create what we call a plan holder of record. list. And then that way, if there's any need to contact anybody with additional information, we have that list available.
Right.
So the last thing to cover is really the professional service agreement. Still lists the clerk who has potentially resigned. It's later on in the agenda from Park and Recreation. So because we don't know how that's going to be filled out just yet, that position. Rick has previously said a board resolution. In review of the contract, I didn't see where there were any amendments made. So I did recommend that we terminate and then come back to a new agreement. Once we get the Park and Recs administrator thing figured out, can we come back to that? Or Cheryl, what's your wish about being contacted in this interim time?
Well, so here's the thing. So the Parks and Rec administrator has never voted on anything. The clerk votes at the board. The Park and Rec administrator has those other duties, and there's nowhere in there that says the Park and Rec administrator votes on anything. So and I've said, I don't mind the clerk being taken out. You all were talking at the last meeting about a committee, but the makeup of the committee was not decided upon. You talked about a project manager, but no project manager was decided upon. So a name of a committee was thrown out, I believe, but again, no agreement on the name of the committee. So they were not able to bring back any amendments because they didn't have anything specific to put in the PSA. So I don't know, to me, it's not dependent on the Park and Rec administrator thing, because you're not going to appoint the Park and Rec administrator. You've said you want an owner's representative. To me, isn't that the person that's going to be in there? Is the owner's representative name? They need a contact person that they can contact for things that need to come to the board, or decisions that need to be made that maybe are minor decisions that don't involve a lot of money, because money, of course, has to be brought back to the board in change orders, if there's a money change. But let's say there's a reduction in the price of something. Can the owner's representative make that decision? Or who does it need to be? Or does it need to be, for instance, you, Ron, in there that can make a decision? It's very difficult for them to come back to a committee. I'm not really in favor of a committee. We already have, this board is basically a committee that decisions need to come through, but they need to have, like I say, these other things were thrown out, but no decisions were made. So they had no information to go on from the last meeting that we had. So to me, the agreement can be modified, but what do you want to modify it to? It's got to be something concrete.
And just to be clear, I believe my question was, do you mind continuing on in this short period until we get that decision made? Again, to get Rick moving on this project, does the board agree? And do you accept for the next, month, or our next regular meeting, whatever the case might be, to be that person?
As the township clerk. because that's what the PSA says right
Okay,
now. It says
all right.
township clerk.
Okay, that's fine.
So it never
That's
did
fine.
say Parks and Rec
I
Administrator.
understand your point.
Right,
I understand your point.
right, right.
And so it allows us to, if we agree that we can come back and solve our owner's representative question or our committee question, or however we decide to answer that, we agree to come back to that. We can get Rick going on these dates that we've set aside, or do we want to continue to trudge through and solve that question right now?
We've already been at this quite a while. I would just as soon get them going on what needs to be done. And we can revisit this in January or whatever. I mean, we're not gonna have the bids back by then anyways. And maybe somebody will come up with a great idea of, what should be plugged in there.
So you'd be okay with receiving and distributing any emails until we finalize that 30 or 45 days from now?
Receiving and distributing emails.
Anything from F&B that
Oh, yeah, sure,
you'd be
yeah,
okay with it?
right,
Is that what you're
yeah,
asking?
sure. Yeah.
Basically, that's it. I mean, what I'm about to say is offensive. So I'm gonna apologize right now. But my concern is that, sometimes stuff from F&B doesn't get right to us. And we really, because we're in such a time crunch now, we really need to make sure that that stuff gets to us. And Rick could easily send whatever information to all board members.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea because I'm going to be gone starting the 23rd.
Sure.
So, and in my defense, I've had 3 back-to-back elections this year, and there's plenty of email that didn't even get read because I didn't have time. So maybe, the emails just should be sent to the whole board. I don't know if Rick can create like a little group. I have a group for the township board that's just got everybody's email address in it, and I just type township board and it goes to everybody. So I don't have to look up all their addresses.
Heidi, what's your thought?
Have it so it gets to all of us somehow. Have a checks and balance. So have F&B send it to all of us then.
Don?
I'm all for a complete distribution.
It just,
It shouldn't be that hard.
I was gonna be
can't
gone
believe
the
it's
20th,
difficult.
but the sheriff has now said I'm gonna be here in court, so guess I'm not going. So I think,
I'm around, so.
I'll be here.
thinking that we all might have other duties to fulfill during this holiday season. If Rick sends us emails to each and every board member, we've got the information the minute he sends it out.
Exactly.
I'm sure he'll have no problem doing that.
Sound right, Rick?
Rick had to go on another meeting, but yeah, that's fine. We can take care of that, Ron.
Okay.
And anything if you want to revisit that kind of client person, that can just be amended later in written form. That's what Rick was telling me is once you figure out who you want to appoint, that's fine for your overseer.
Yep, that's fine. There's really no section to amend the
Okay.
agreement. And so that's interpretation.
Yeah, so yeah, the email is good. I can take care of that.
I'm sorry,
How do we get him the email addresses?
your email addresses?
Yeah,
Um,
I don't think they have mine.
oh,
I
okay.
don't think I have everybody's. Are they on your website by chance?
Oh, they are
Yeah,
on the
they are.
website.
Okay, so I can just pull them off of there. That's fine.
So the wrong address is up there for me.
It's, and I'd rather have it go to.
Andrew, what's your email address?
So my email address is A as in alpha, filler, FILLER at F as in Frank, B as in Victor, ENG.com.
Okay.
This is Don. Andrew, I'll send
Yeah.
you an email directly.
Yeah, that's.
Okay. Happy to do that. No problem.
Heidi, let's do that for you too.
Okay, I'll send them.
And I'll do that as well.
We'll just let Ardella know, because I'm sure she's not. Look to let Ardella notice.
Okay.
So I guess whoever sees her first.
Okay, I think we're done here, right?
Well, I think we should formalize that that we're asking them to
Okay,
prepare the
Do you have
bid
a motion?
documents, and I can make one. let's see. So my motion is to have Fleece and Vandenbrink finalize the bid package and post and distribute it for the boat launch entryway improvement project.
I'll second it.
Do you want dates in there or anything, or?
well,
Could you
So-
read that back one more time, please?
Motion to have Fleece and Vandenbrink finalize the bid package and post and distribute it for the boat launch entryway improvement project.
You want to put in something for bids up, bid closing on such and such a date at 10 a.m. or no?
I mean, I could add bids to be due by 10 a.m. on 1/31 and opened at a posted meeting at 11 a.m. on 1/31. I think that's what we agreed to.
and so what about the amendments we made here today, right? So thinking about finalize the project. Should we make reference to the set of blueprints we used today
It might be a good idea.
as being from, I think, 11/11, is that right?
Yes.
Whatever that date was. So I understand finalize, but we did have some amendments here. Is it important to understand what drawings we made amendments to?
Maybe you should read something along the lines of just spitballing here, to have FNV finalize the changes made on the 11/11/2022 drawings for the bid package.
For the boat launch bid package.
I mean, I think, to me, that's part of finalizing it, that they're going to move the boat wash. But if you want it to, the motion to specifically say,
Or as amended, 12/13.
well, wouldn't we just say using the 11/11 drawings as amended?
To 12/13. Yeah.
As amended on 12/13. That's kind of what I was thinking about.
As amended 12/13, right? Okay.
I think the dates are still important to have in there. Could you do a reread, Cheryl, when ready?
Sure.
And a slow one?
Well, it's gonna be slow because I'm cutting and pasting. So motion to have Fleece and Vandenbrink finalize the bid package utilizing the 11/11/2022 drawings as amended 12/13/2022 with bids due by 10 a.m. on 1/31 and opened at a posted meeting at 11 a.m. on 1/31. I guess that's 2023. Probably should have that
Oh, yeah.
in both of those spots.
Yep, probably.
And to post and distribute the bid package for the boat launch entryway improvement project.
This is a procedural question. The meeting at 11 a.m. you referred to as posted.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a formal meeting. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
just
no,
a,
I was thinking the 10 a.m. gathering would also be a posted gathering, but I
that
understand
won't
bids
be a
are due at
gathering.
10, but the actual
Right.
gathering is at 11.
Right.
Yep, yep, okay. One more final read.
okay, motion to have Fleece and Vandenbrink finalize the bid package. I'm gonna change this a little bit. Finalize the bid package for the boat launch entryway improvement project. I'm gonna put that up there. Utilizing the 11/11/2022 drawings as amended 12/13/2022 with bids due by 10 a.m. on 1/31/2023 and opened at a posted meeting at 11 a.m. on 1/31/2023. It should say actually finalize. Let me read it again. This is a better with no dangling participles. Okay, motion to have Fleece and Vandenbrink finalize, post, and distribute the bid package for the boat launch entryway improvement project utilizing the 11/11/2022 drawings as amended 12/13/2022 with bids due by 10 a.m. on 1/31/2023 and opened at a posted meeting at 11 a.m. on 1/31/2023.
So moved.
Well, I made the motion.
Okay. Seconded. Oh, wait a minute. Did you seconded
She
it
did
originally?
originally.
I did
Yep.
originally.
Does it sound good enough to second again, Heidi?
I'll resecond the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Mode discussion. Roll call.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Balmuth,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
Andrew, thank you.
Yeah, thank everybody for their time today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you too,
Thank you.
for the last 6 months.
No problem. Happy to
All
help.
right.
All right. See you guys.
Bye.
All right. How are we doing? We can come to new business. Already? Already. So new business number 1, review, approve proposed budget amendments April 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022.
I have some updates. Are you ready?
No. What is there to update?
Well, when I prepared this document back on 10/5, I was using a budget worksheet with expenses through 9/30. And obviously more time has passed. And so the current budget worksheet with expenses posted through 12/2, 101, 101, 703, the first one here, where there's a proposal of $2,500 would not get it for the rest of the year. Currently, as of 12/2, the line item is $1,924 over budget. We've had 9 special meetings to date. I guess I'm not sure how many were budgeted for. There were 5 as of 9/30, but there have been 4 more in the meantime. And anyways, if you wanted a budget amendment that would take you through the rest of the fiscal year, it would have to be more than the 2,500 would cover through the 12/2 payroll with some left over, almost $600, but likely will not, that will not suffice through March 31st. So that's my comment there. Do you want me to continue with these?
What I'm hearing is that there's updated information that I think should be brought to the board. I mean, we can go over it verbally, but I'm not going to respond favorably to something that's verbal.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Well,
that's
I
just
mean,
me.
this was supposed to be in the October packet, didn't get in the October packet, didn't get in the November packet, and that's why it didn't get into the December packet. So that's why this is old information. If we had acted on it at the time, it would have been sufficient. So do you want me to redo this document? I mean,
So I'll make a motion to not approve the proposed budget amendments of 04/01/2022 through September 30th of 2022 for discussion purposes.
I'll second for discussion only.
So I have several
is there going to be a
notes.
vote on that motion? If you have a motion, you need a vote.
Then I'm taking my motion off the table.
You didn't make the motion.
I'm
We
taking
made
my
a
second
motion, a
away.
motion is seconded. Can't we go into discussion after a motion made?
Well,
and
you
seconded?
voted, your motion is to discuss it. So to not approve for discussion purposes. Okay, so you can do whatever you want.
We can have the discussion and then remove the motion.
if you end a discussion in a stalemate, would you move the motion?
Well, if we're gonna have a discussion, then I have a couple more comments. The second proposed budget amendment, there's been no change in that. The third one, that was the general fund, liability insurance, workers' comp.
Is
that's
that a
little-
different business item?
No. We're discussing the budget amendments.
Oh, the second budget amendment.
Yeah,
here.
the
Okay.
second one, general
Mhm.
fund to cover increased insurance costs. There's been no change in that because of course we haven't had to pay any more insurance.
Now, hang on a minute right there. So I have a question on that one. Last year, according to the budget documents, I'm gonna just round things up, was around $8,000. This year, we're gonna exceed 13,300. That's a 79% increase as I calculated it.
Okay, in that line item, I'm looking at the approved budget.
Well, I'm looking at what you provided in the packet. So that's the information I'm using.
Right, but what you have to look at is that last year for liability insurance, we paid $6,222. This year, we budgeted 10,000. The bill was 10,365. That's why it's 365 over. Last year for workers' comp, we paid 1,235. And remember, these might be after adjustments back to us. We budgeted 3,000 for workers' comp. We've paid 3,004. So that's why those are over. And I brought the budget amendment because that's a department. That's a cost center that are supposed to be amended. We don't adopt the budget by line item, but we do adopt it by cost center, otherwise known as departments. So that's why I brought the budget amendment,
So,
because that cost center is over by $369.
so would you please, for the audience, reiterate what line item 820 and 821 total?
13,369.
Last year, I'm sorry, last year.
$7,457.
Yep. And to date this year, it's 13,369.
Yes, and we budgeted 13,000.
Got it. So the difference between 7,500 and 13,000 is 79%.
Whatever
we miss
percentage.
that?
Well, you got these numbers probably from Paul Olson. I'm not sure where you got the numbers for the budget. These are the numbers you brought us. So we adopted, the 10 for the liability, 3 for workers' comp, that was 13,000. And we paid just slightly more than that. So those were pretty good guesses, but they weren't quite, the cost center is over. So it should be amended. There's that one. On the fire fund one.
I'm not done with that.
Oh,
one yet.
okay.
I mean,
All right, go ahead.
a 79% increase.
Which
is
we budgeted for.
Huge.
Which we
Just
budgeted for.
because the budget number is there, Cheryl, just because the value is there, does not mean we approved a 79% increase in the cost center. That's what we put in there. All I'm trying to say is that I think we better check Paul Olson.
Well, we get the
Did-
bill with
did-
the renewal
Okay,
and we have to pay our insurance bill or we're not gonna have any insurance.
okay, so what does that have to do with making sure Paul hit his mark? I mean, the man stood in front of us and said, oh yeah, it's gonna be plenty.
Well,
He's always here every budget season. We invite him in. We went over the policy and,
No, he doesn't come until May.
well, okay.
He-
yeah,
he
that-
normally
that-
comes
that's
in May.
wrong. Yeah,
You're usually, I believe, getting projected numbers from him in whatever, the January through March timeframe, because we have to have the budget adopted by March 31st. So where the 10 and the 3 came from, I don't know. All I know is what we've paid,
okay.
and we can pull the checks out.
And so the next question then is, and I did not bird dog this. Just in case my 79% calculation was wrong. I don't know if any other board member did it. I did not bird dog this, but what department had a 79% increase? We should be able to track that down from last year. Was it fire? Was it park? Was it the
Park
township board?
Comes out of the park fund. Fire comes out of the fire fund. The premium that we get, the bill that we get has to always be broken down
Yep,
in between. So this is just general fund.
okay. So this
Fires,
is just township board.
this is, well, planning commission, everything that's in this department, all the employees that are under, get paid out of the general fund. Or all the, everything that has to do with general, that is not fire and is not park. Insurance. The fire fund budget amendment will not be brought back. Chief Flynn does not need to order the turnout gear now that was contemplated by this budget amendment. That will not be brought back. In the park fund, it's another insurance where it was over by $85. The liability insurance, now this is a lot closer than general.
Right.
So the liability insurance last year, we paid 3,301. This year we paid budgeted 3,400 and paid 3,485. It's all in the liability insurance. The workers' comp, last year we paid 843. This year we budgeted 1,100. We paid 1,023. So again, it's a minor amount, but it's a cost center
Mhm.
that we are supposed to amend.
Did we add an insurance? I know that we had.
Well, we
talked
added
about-
that cyber liability insurance a couple years ago. But that premium, I don't think was, I thought it was less than $1,000 a year.
And I thought it
But
was
maybe that-
included, and we decided not to add more because it was too expensive, or maybe we did add more.
No, we added that insurance. We all
Okay.
voted to add that insurance to the thing. I mean, I can pull out the insurance documents. You can look at them and see what's in there and, you know, what all we're paying for, but that's the only thing I know of that's been added. Well, except for fire, we had to add more because the building is worth more, you
Sure.
know.
And a fire truck.
Right, yeah, right, all those things, right, that come in through fire. Yeah,
But really, I can't put my finger on the changes that we.
the
made
general
here.
fund is rather, yeah, I don't know why that is. And I don't know, and what usually happens, and we just got a dividend check. And I can't remember if it's for the accident fund, which would be our workers' comp. I think it's on our insurance. I just gave that to you today, Lois, just came in yesterday, a dividend check that we have to divide up. And so we're gonna get, so maybe we need to get that posted, and that maybe is gonna take care of a budget amendment for general in the insurance cost center, because we're getting some money back. I think the check was over 1,000. I didn't look at it real close, but we get a dividend every year. So then we take that back out of.
Okay.
the-
So that answers one question, but
Right.
really, the bigger question for the board, at least this member of the board, is
Right.
what triggered a 79% increase. Even though for some reason the budget is pretty close, what triggered that?
What was the fire insurance budget for 2000 previous year?
In the fire fund, last year, we paid $18,353 for liability insurance.
Okay,
This year, we budgeted 18,500. And actual is 18,116.
now I'm looking at a April 29th letter from Paul. Enclosed, you'll find the breakdown of premium for Whitewater Township's 2022, 2023 insurance years. Fire, $19,394. General, $10,593. And parks, $3,730 for a total invoice of $33,717.
Okay, well, all I know is maybe some has come back out of this. Whatever the bill we got and the breakdown that he gave us, that's what was paid.
Oh, I guess,
So-
yeah, yeah.
So already in
Right.
April is when we should have been asking this question, what triggered the 79% increase? Except we didn't have information in front of us.
We didn't, this
We didn't
letter.
have
Yeah,
We don't
this is
get
this is
that
on the
till
June,
May.
this is on the June board meeting.
Yeah, we don't get that till May. Usually he comes in May and brings us our renewal and the bill. So you said April, I'm just correcting you that we don't have it in April.
Yeah, he sent April 29th, he sent the letter into the township. Here's enclosed, you'll find a summary of coverages and invoice for Whitewater Township's renewal. And that talked about, okay, the quoted premium is 33,717. This is an increase in cost of 13% over last year's ending premium of 29,657. So there was a $4,000 increase there. And then the invoice for 33, and then he gives a breakdown of the three areas: fire, general township, and parks. And then from there is the policy and all the detail.
So what I'm hearing out of that is there was a 13% increase overall, but we don't know what the individual, that doesn't tell us what the individual increases were, because for instance, fire was virtually unchanged.
Went up
Park
1,000.
was virtually unchanged. So from last year, what we paid last year.
But he says there was a 13% increase over last year, right?
In all of those
Mhm.
coverages.
Okay, so
Right.
I'm telling you, there's a 79% increase here.
And I'm telling you.
So something's
that-
wrong with this
And I'm
previous
telling
year's
you
number.
that Park and fire didn't even have a 13% increase. So apparently the increase was on the big increase was on the general fund, and probably more than 13% on the general fund. What I'll have to do is I'll have to pull the checks so you can see what we got billed, and you can look back at your documents from last year.
The point
And,
is that really won't help us, right?
okay, well.
No, because we had a claim, so it's probably going up even more.
Well, and that.
We did
may
have
or
a
may not be
cemetery
on it.
claim. We had a
But-
fire claim.
But for example, Don's document there obviously was sent to us. So we were expecting a 13% increase over the previous year. So that's the number that really is now called into question, is the previous year's number.
But where did you get these numbers that you put in the budget? Because those are numbers you brought us in the budget, and we didn't have this document, April 29th. The budget was adopted a month before that.
The point-
So I don't know what Paul told you what to expect as far as premium increases. That's something that always needs to be looked into. What is it we can expect for premium increases, because we're budgeting before the bill comes out.
The point is, Cheryl, in this document on packet page And I'm getting there. Must be 114.
Yep.
The previous year's number of 7457 must be flawed.
It's not a flawed number. That's
Okay.
exactly, there's
So
no
then-
way to make a flaw out of that number.
So
What I'm
then
telling
if-
you is we get dividends back. Okay, so those numbers were probably higher. If I pulled the detail for 820 and 821, I
see what
would
you're saying.
probably see a higher amount that we paid, and then we got money back through one or more dividends.
I see what you're saying.
Right, so we didn't budget for that amount there, we budgeted for a higher amount. Now, like I say, maybe I'm gonna find, after I look a little closer at this check, that we aren't gonna need to do a budget amendment in the general, because it's not gonna all go to general, it's gonna be split out as the
Understood.
percentage
Yep.
it is
You're-
between general, fire and park. And then maybe we aren't gonna need to do a budget amendment. But
Okay, you're-
2 months ago, when I looked at this, we didn't have a dividend check. And the department is over budget, and that's my job, to bring budget amendments to the board.
Are you talking about a check for the premium?
I'm talking about, we get a premium bill
Yep.
in May, we pay it, we just got a dividend
I
check.
understand. I understand that part. Let's back
Okay.
up. Bill comes in May. There isn't a check because it's an automatic funds transfer.
No, we don't pay that. We hardly ever, anything we pay by electronic funds. That's just our payroll taxes and our fuel man bill, because they want $75 a month to write them a check.
Well, it says here in the memo, and I had it flagged, and I mean, it's obviously ahead of time, but it was set up for it set up an automatic renewal of the policy without any public board review. Something that Mr. Olson has always been present for in the past years.
Automatic renewal, but not automatic payment of the premium.
Okay, so we still physically wrote him a check.
Right.
So this thing goes into effect before we even meet.
It renews after the budget process is complete. And that's why the only thing we can budget is an estimate from Paul Olson, or you pick a number or something. I don't know how you came up with that number for the 10,000. I don't know how you came up with that. So these are all guesstimates in the budget. So we guesstimated a little short. Except that I believe now we just got this dividend check yesterday. We're probably not going to need this budget amendment.
Are you thinking forward to renewals, Don? And so,
Yeah, I am.
which is a different topic than what we're
Yeah,
on
that's right.
right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so what are you thinking about changing renewal dates? So, or meeting dates? In other words, I'll probably reach out to Paul and get some type of, quote, right?
Mhm.
Is that what you want to see in advance of budget? No, that's wrong. Do you want to see his proposed quote in advance of renewal? Which I think is appropriate for the board to do, right?
Well, I think you need to have it before you adopt the budget so that you know
Exactly. how
what
much
it's
we're
going
putting
to
in there.
be, because when it's ready to renew, that's not the
It's too
time to go
late.
shopping for insurance.
too
It's
late.
before that you go shopping for insurance, so that you don't allow the renewal to take place and you've already got something in place before the renewal, the automatic renewal happens. Everybody's insurance automatically renews. you know, your car insurance, your house insurance, they send you the bill. If you don't like the bill, you go and ask your insurance agent to sharpen their pencil, or you go to a different agency or something, you know?
But usually you do it 3 to 4 months before you've
Like,
got to
yeah,
make
for
that
sure.
final decision. So
At
why
least
don't
a
you ask
couple.
this insurance guy, Paul, tell him to give us an estimate on our insurance by December 31st. Now you have it for budget. I mean, he should be able to forecast it at least.
I think
Because how
that's
are you
what I-
gonna, how are you gonna shop if you don't have anything for this coming year?
I think that's what I was trying to determine by my questions to Don is, does he want to see a quote ahead of the renewal?
Only way you can shop it.
Ahead of budget? Or maybe we just drop this until we get into budget.
No, I would I would
Well-
send the email now so that he's got 4 or 5 weeks and then he pops it to you in January, you're ready to go.
I'm just not, I'm gonna admit that I'm just not as familiar with the governmental insurance situation. So for example, so I get a homeowner's policy renewal and they tell me 30 days in advance, this is, and that this is gonna go up. And I go, whoa, that's really high. I'm going to renew this policy for 60 or 90 days or 120 days. And yeah, and let's say my premium, and I'm picking a number, was $100, but in order to shorten it, I'm going to pay $120 for 3 months or so. But now I have a quote to Heidi's point that I then go out and now I'm shopping because I know what to see. Do I really have still a good insurance contract, or is there
Why not?
something else out there? And so what happens is that, you know, my renewal date, you know, so I'm covered for those 3 or 4 months. And then when I'm ready to pull the trigger, if I change companies, then I just have a new renewal date with a new firm. You know, I just don't know Paul Olson, and I don't know Power Plan, and I don't know if you know, it's a 1-year term, it's an all or nothing. Do you have that same option to say, I would like to renew for a quarter? Okay. Because I'm, you know, no offense, Paul, I'm going to shop it. I want you to know that. And so from a budget standpoint, you know, you're putting in a premium for the first 3 months of the renewal. And you're into Cheryl's, as with lots of budgets, that your best guess, right? I mean, sometimes that's what it is.
Well, that's what the
So-
budget is.
Yeah, so
It's all guesses.
that's exactly right. So
Yeah.
now you're filtering in a number. And I understand the importance of trying to get it into get it as accurate in this year's budget, but I don't know that that we have an adequate amount of time to shop it. Because, you know, I'm sure there's some formality. Let's say I go through the MTA book, just, you know, hypothetically, and I pull out 3 or 4 insurance carriers that are advertising in there that do townships. And I say, you know, I'd like to get a quote for here's our current policy limits redacted. Here's our vehicle list and, you know, all and facilities and all that stuff, and say, okay, put together a quote based on these limits and liabilities. And this is the equipment and the things that we're covering. Okay. Is that a board resolution? Is that because you have to do a formal RFP process that has to have bids come in? Or you simply,
By the township policy, you would.
yeah, that's what I'm asking, Cheryl. Help me out here.
Over
I'm just-
20,000, you're supposed to get bids.
So, okay, and then, so now that, I assume that's a memo back to the board for a discussion. I know
So
we're
just
way
to
off
be
base
clear,
here.
we've been with Olson for 37 years. I think we're in our 38th year. So we've never come across this question before.
Well,
I don't think any of us here at this board knows.
certainly I
because we haven't gone through it.
Well, he's our agent, but the township has been with the Michigan Township Participating Plan for probably all of those years. So most townships, I believe, use the Michigan Township Participating Plan because it's a comprehensive package of insurance for for townships that has, you know, all the general liability, and do you have, one cemetery, two cemeteries, no cemeteries, what do you have a fire department, don't you? Okay, how many people, how much equipment, all this kind of stuff, and really our coverages, other than the cyber liability insurance, our coverages haven't changed, except I mentioned, we added onto the building, we bought a new pumper tanker. Okay, so, but I mean, insurance costs are going sky high. The cost to repair your car is going sky high. The cost to do anything is going sky high. All this, the storm damage we had over there and stuff like that, it's going sky high. It doesn't surprise me at all that insurance costs are going up, and they're going to continue to go up. And we're just going to have to budget for it. So we don't have a choice. We can't be uninsured, So, but these prior year numbers are, it's not that increase.
Yeah, I understand your
Right.
explanation, and
Right.
I didn't think of rebates, right?
Right.
And that's the
exactly.
credit that you
I mean,
explained.
Right, yeah.
And thank you for doing that. Yeah, I didn't calculate that in. So we must not have gotten many rebates this year.
Well, we get dividends. And so, like I
rebates,
say,
sure.
a dividend check just came in yesterday. Haven't even had time to look at it, stamped it received, and gave it to the treasurer's office, and they haven't had time to look at it either. So is that going to correct this? Probably, this little bit that's over,
So,
But
Cheryl, would it-
going forward, it's a budgeting thing to, find out what it's going to cost. And if you want to shop around, shop around.
So coming back to this transfers, is it safe to say that maybe we should just table this to next month to clean it up, to bring it forward so we get a little more accurate picture?
Okay, with respect to the budget amendments, yes, that's fine. I can bring it as of a more up-to-date. Like I say, right now, all expenses are posted through 12/6. Today's the 13th. That's about as close as you're gonna get it. But in the packet here, and I guess I did forget to mention the one there, let's see, that's page 107. I don't need that open anymore. Okay, 107. So I I think I skipped over this one for the audit and accounting services. And so,
No, you
just-
didn't. You said there was no change. I wrote it
no,
down.
no, that was with respect to the general fund liability insurance. The third one is the no change. Okay, but I did skip over this auditing thing. So you'll remember, we had, I think, $7,000 budgeted for audit. And then the board chose an auditing firm. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We had 7,500 budgeted for audit. Then the board chose an auditing firm that their contract was 10,500. So that needed a budget amendment right there. Okay, and then we got the bill. I've sent it to the entire board now twice. We got the bill on 10/3, and they added on an additional $2,000. Additional work outside the scope of the audit for corresponding with attorney, supervisor, and clerk. Additional time due to difficulties during the audit, which I don't know what they're talking about. They were given everything they asked for. They had the boxes of checks out here.
I could enlighten on
Yeah.
that.
What's that?
I can enlighten on that.
Okay, well, let me just finish saying this. So I've sent this to the board on 10/4. I sent it to the board on 10/4. I sent it to the board again on 11/9 because Zach has contacted me and wants to know when this bill is going to get paid. And then the most recent thing is that as of yesterday, we got the new bill yesterday, and now they're adding on a service charge of $12.33. So I can't pay the entire bill until the board approves because only 10.5 was approved, right, in the contract. So the other 2,000, the board has to say that they want to pay that before we can pay it. So that's why I have sent it to the board twice, hoping it would show up on an agenda so we can get them paid. And now, like I say, so this is, and so that's a little bit higher now, that 54.75. So that's a decision that the board has to make, and we should get them paid. They did their work almost 3 months ago now.
I know you have additional comments, but I have a Board of Review meeting beginning at 4 o'clock.
Oh,
So
that's right.
I'll be leaving.
Well, so I'll bring this back. I'll bring back the,
Well, okay.
Can he
Well,
just finish
that's what
his
you
thought?
asked me to do.
Can he just finish? his
Well, I'm
thought?
saying,
Oh,
can,
go
can,
ahead.
can we carve that one out? Can we carve that one out and make that adjustment on just the audit and accounting services by motion? And then can you bring back the other ones that we get updated? As you said, that one seems to be crystal clear. The other ones, you said, we just need to get numbers on.
Well, there'd have to be a motion to pay the additional 2,000. There'd have to be that motion, and then there'd have to be approval of the budget amendment too,
Yes.
which the amount has changed just a little bit from that.
Okay, can you tell us what that amount is with the service fee?
Well, the bill now is $12,512.33. And so that makes the budget amendment that is needed 5,000, well, basically, just make it probably 5,500. I don't know. It's 5,487.33 to cover the auditor bill. We usually do round amounts. So 54.88 or 54.90. You probably want to do.
And Don, did you have something to add to the additional 2,000?
Yeah,
Was that-
yeah, when, I don't know, at some point, I had talked to Zach about the additional charges, and there were two parts that went through that. There was apparently the previous auditor had been giving Baird a hard time. They have to secure previous audit notes, which I verified, and Tobin was putting up quite a bit of resistance, according to Zach. And so that involved a large number of man hours for them to get that data from them. So
Well, I
they
think
just didn't train.
They were given the prior audit. So.
Yeah. Well, there's documents, according to Zach, they have to get from the previous auditor. And subsequently, I did verify that with another CPA, and but that drove up because there was a lack of cooperation, real or perceived. It cost
Right.
time. So,
Well, and I will tell you that I was not very impressed. Actually, neither was Della, and she's not here to speak about it. I wasn't super impressed with their team that came here. Zach was the only one that was a CPA. The other three were not CPAs. And for the fiscal year that was being audited, they pulled exactly 24 checks. We're used to them the auditors pulling between 150 and 200 checks. So I did not think their audit of the expenditures was very thorough at all. They also wanted some checks from the current fiscal year, which we've never been asked for that before, but we gave it to them. And of course, that's not part of the audit. That's not part of the fiscal year audit. And so Zach did want a lot of stuff. He did ask for Della and my office to provide a lot of things because the audit wasn't done till the first week in September, which is a horrible time to do an audit because they've got a deadline of 9/30 to have the draft audit to us. I reviewed the draft audit. I made some changes and give it back to them. And they made most of the changes. A couple, 3 they didn't make. But anyways, just verbiage or whatever, you know. But no numbers. I don't question their numbers. I don't. I did ask a question about one number, but they justified it. But I have to tell you that it was not, it didn't seem like a very extensive audit. They were here for 2 days. I was not here the second day because I came down with COVID. Therese gave them the rest of the documents they wanted on the second day. And we gave them everything they asked for. I do know that one of them, it seemed like very inexperienced people, was at Della's office asking her for things that come from my office. So didn't seem to understand where they were supposed to get that information. I wasn't overly impressed. I'll be voting no on the additional 2,000. Just because I think they should have done it. I don't care what they ran into. They need to do it for the 10-5. That's my opinion. You guys can vote however you want, but I was not super impressed with the way the audit went while they were here. Just in the thoroughness of it. I didn't think it was as thorough as it should have been. At least in comparison to what we're used to.
So how do we want to handle this audit and accounting services invoice and budget transfer?
Well, as I indicated, we need a motion to approve the additional 2,000. I think this service fee doesn't necessarily need to be approved. They've assessed it. We don't have any choice. And then there needs to be a motion to approve the budget amendment for the auditing services.
Ron?
I'm not real happy either with the length of time they spent here, quite honestly.
Well, they
you know,
did bring 4 people.
Yep, and generally there's only 2, so I do factor that in. As far as the number of checks they pulled or whatever, that's an interesting point that I don't think I've heard until now. And so maybe when we begin to look for replacement auditors, that becomes a question that we ask them. I don't know that I would invite Baird back just because of the last minute issues that with respect to some management letter they wanted us to sign. If there's something we need to do as a board, that needs to be presented to us in advance. And that way it's held, it's handled appropriately. What went down this year was quite frankly poor.
Well,
and I'm surprised Acme, East Bay all use this accounting firm.
Do they? Yeah, I don't know who they
Yeah.
use. Anyways, we do need to, whatever auditing firm is chosen, the audit needs to take place generally in July is when we don't want it in June. We don't want it when the treasurer's office is trying to get taxes out. I don't want it around an August election. We found that's not helpful, but we need to get somebody in place so that we can, and their schedule starts filling up. Normally, when we were just using Tobin and Company every year, I would call them in like May and schedule the audit. Anytime after the new fiscal year starts, I would call them and say, hey, what have you got open? And check with the treasurer's office and my office and them and determine what week the audit's going to be. And normally we figure 3 days. Now, even Tobin with 2 people is done in 2 days usually. But But anyways, so certainly they should have been done and were done in 2 days with 4 people. But no, the audit needs to not happen in September. That is undue stress on the auditing firm and on our offices. That is not a good time of year to be doing an audit, because that form that has to be filed with the state is due September 30th.
So
I would suggest an RFP be done for auditing. I've suggested this numerous times before, and you just put it out, you publish it, and you put it out and you see who applies, and you know, go through what we're going to go through with this bid package. You choose somebody from amongst an open market that, you know, people, I know there's other accounting firms around, so.
So how do we want to handle this? Cheryl's going to vote no on the $2,000 payment. I mean, I'm kind of opposed to it myself, but what are we going to do? Not pay a vendor?
Well, that's just it. If you think you might want to use them again, you probably better pay it, or else they're not gonna do it. But I'm gonna make a motion to approve the additional $2,000 payment to Baird, Cotter and Bishop.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Apparently, we got some new vendors to look for.
Well, and I think that, you know, if we, yeah. Mhm. Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Benick is absent. Goss, no. Valmuth,
Yes.
So does that take us then?
no. Then I'm going to make another motion.
For the budget transfer.
Motion to approve the budget amendment in the amount of $5,490, I believe it was.
No, I thought you said make it 55, whatever.
Yeah.
well,
she said
okay.
5588 or something.
Whatever.
Yeah, so she said 5,500.
Well,
would cover it
5,500,
all,
let's
so-
just make it 5,500, that's easy. In the amount of $5,500 to, wait a minute. To cover the increased cost of auditing services.
And I'll second that motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Benick is absent. Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
So now does that take us to the next business item, or are we still line item deciding this particular?
I would like
question?
to just bring back the other budget amendments updated.
Okay. So,
Did we need a motion to table that, or is it?
No,
No.
Cheryl, can you make sure they're ready to get in the next month's packet on a timely
I'll do
manner,
my
please?
best. Are you ready to move on to the budgeted transfers?
So the next item is number 2, review proposed budget amendments 2022-2023 Part 2.
Okay, these are not budget amendments. These are budgeted transfers. When you look in your approved budget document for the general fund, every year we decide on what we're going to move. We usually have extra money in the general fund and other funds that need help. And so we agree on, and I always put it in the, I always put the explanation. And this will be up on page 7 of your adopted budget document, which I realize maybe you don't have in front of you. But for the 101-966-999 transfers to other funds line item, these 4 items are the things that we agreed on. Okay, and so I'm not saying if you don't want to vote on these today, you don't have to. Except the rec fund is in a deficit situation now because this transfer hasn't been made. But you know, we agreed on, and it's right in your budget document. This was in the adopted budget, the 18,000 to the road fund, 35,000 to the general fund. That was for wages. 57.2 to the rec fund. That was for to help with the storm damage and general money that we always move some money to the rec fund. And then the $50,000 to the fire capital improvement fund is towards the replacement fire engine. So those were all agreed to and adopted, but we have to bring a formal motion to actually move the money. So we can't just, Della and I can't just move this amount of money in between the funds without board approval of that.
Cheryl, you gave us what each reason was, but you didn't tell us what the 18,000 for the road fund was.
Well, that was
the brining?
brining.
Yeah.
Cost of brining went up substantially. Now we ended up only having 2. And I'm pretty sure we didn't go over budget on that.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, when we were talking the consent decree, I just feel like if you're going to do these transfers, and I agree, I wasn't at the table, but they were agreed upon from what
Yep.
their rendering was. I just think it should be supported with the most current bank accounts or cash balance reports. And August 31st, I think there just seems distance between that. To me, if you're going to do the budget transfers, all agreed upon, just have the most current cash balance to support it so that there's no questions about it from citizens or just to me, it's just good internal controls that we shouldn't be making transfers on data that doesn't have the support there. And even if you put the August 31st, I think that's kind of outside the envelope.
Yep, it is.
And that's all great and everything, but remember that this money was not budgeted anywhere else. So this isn't money that, you know, is taking it away from any other line item. or anything.
Totally
Right,
agree,
yeah,
Cheryl. I just say,
exactly.
I just
right.
looked at supporting document with it. to
And
say,
we have very
This is what
few.
it was, and here's what it turned out to be.
Right.
That's all.
So does that provide another element? So you mentioned internal control. Does that provide another element of tracking? For example, we knew on December 1st, or we knew just on December 13th, that as November 30th, the account had $5 into it. And on December 13th, we transferred another $2 into that account. So now at the end in January of 2023, at our board meeting, when we get that balance sheet or the
bank
account statement sheet, that account should have $7 in it.
Yeah. No, because you've spent money out of there. You transferred the $2 in there for a reason. And so unless it was to save it for a project.
Well, that's what these are.
No,
No.
these are to cover expenses.
Okay.
Except for the $50,000 to the
Fire
fire
engine.
capital improvement fund,
Correct, that's what I
which is to save. The other one is to cover anticipated expenses.
Got it.
But it does provide the demarc for balancing purposes. For example, if you wanted to go through the agenda and the check registers and whatever accounts she assigns things to, you could balance out that account, right? You could reconcile it, in other words.
Correct.
Okay, I was just trying to understand because, you know, in government, Cheryl said several times, we don't have enough money, we can't pay Baird all of it. Well, somehow we've been paying Park and Recs, who's over budget. So it's not that Park and Recs has a checkbook. It's all coming out of the general fund checkbook. That's where the funds are at. Not every bank, not every fund in the budget has a different bank account.
No, you're correct, but each one is tracked separately. Okay.
Totally.
Right.
Totally got
no,
that.
and
We understand that.
right, but you can, yes, we can have a deficit in one fund, but you're in December. And
I
I
get
brought this back in October. or-
Well, not really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take
So-
offense to that.
Okay, well, it was.
You
you
thought you
had it
brought it,
before
but you
the
never requested the board to look at it.
Okay, well, budget amendments are under the consent calendar, budgeted transfers, that is a separate line item. Right, okay. So, but I sent it to you and you didn't put it on the agenda. Okay, so you didn't put it on the November agenda either. And I had to bring it to your attention that it
You've
wasn't on the
always
November
brought it
agenda.
forward in your contribution. I didn't start doing my own agenda here recently. So
Yeah, well, you do the packet, so any budget items, any agenda items, I'll send them to you, and I did send that to you. Just like I sent the Baird invoice to the entire board twice, and it still hasn't been put on an agenda till finally we added it today. But, so anyways, what do you want to do with these budgeted transfers? You want a cash balance report before you look at them? So we're bringing this back next month?
Yes, please.
That's one way of getting it. Smart move.
My document, you can reuse my document because it's gonna be the same thing. My
Makes
document's
sense.
gonna be the same thing, and Della will be providing the cash
Makes
balance
sense.
report.
And we already have it, so it makes the time.
And you already have it.
Awesome.
business number 3, accept resignation of Park and Recreation Administrator. I'll make a motion to accept Cheryl Goss's resignation dated November 23rd, 2022 as Park and Recreation Administrator.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Valmuth,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
New business number 4. I'll make a motion to approve the board liaison to Park and Recreation Advisory Committee job description as amended 12/13/2022.
I'll second the motion.
Any suggested amendments?
You didn't already have amendments? What page is that on?
121.
One 121, I have
Oh,
as
I'm
a
sorry,
budget
134.
worksheet.
My mistake.
Well, this is a new job description. So. I don't have any amendments.
I think because it is new, we monitor it, see what needs to be modified and again, depending on where we go with a deputy park and recs or a replacement park and recs administrator. So roll call when ready.
So there were no amendments.
No
made.
amendments.
Bellamy,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Denick is absent, Pop,
Yes. I'll make a motion to appoint trustee Don Glenn to the position of board liaison to Park and Recreation Advisory Committee.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Denick is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Bellamy,
Yes.
you have a meeting at 7.
No, I don't.
You don't?
Nope. I
Well,
have-
they have a meeting.
They have a meeting.
So I think new business number 5, recommendations for appointments have been handled.
Yep.
I think new business number 6, natural hazard mitigation plan has been handled.
Correct.
So I believe that takes us to new business number 7. Do you want a reminder for January or is your calendar available?
What's the proposed date?
I actually, according to my notes, I was just asked to bring this back to the board with no proposed dates, just as a reminder to do that. I mean, I'm still waiting for labor numbers, so I'm not going to be able to do much until I get labor numbers.
Well, I don't
So,
see setting a meeting when you don't know whether you're gonna have the information or not.
well, when could you have the information?
Oh, that information.
Yeah.
Oh. Is that the only budget item we're gonna handle?
I
Or is it gonna be wages for various funds? I mean, I guess I'd like to know what we're gonna zero in on here.
I thought the 30th was specific to park, so we can get,
We're gonna have to, for the
the expense side kind of discovered before we determine revenue side.
Right.
Right? So we're trying to put the cart behind the horse.
The 30th of what? You said the 30th is gonna be park. Oh, you meant the 30th of
I
November?
think the 30th of November.
Oh, okay.
Meeting was on park.
Yes,
And so,
we talked about the fact that because rates have to get loaded into the website, that we need
Right.
to get that looked at so that we're not deciding on rates and then getting surprised in the expense side of it a month or two later.
Right.
And so we wanted to talk about just to frame rates around what we anticipate expenses would be. Yeah, and it was,
Well, there's a lot more expenses than wages. Tons of line items of expenses.
we understand that. So when do you think we can have the labor numbers?
Let's see.
That should be a prepackaged report, right?
Well, like I told you, there's gonna be some redactions to it. You won't be able to get all the information.
Well, you should be able to print a redacted report.
No, I can't print it redacted. I'm gonna print it, then I'm gonna redact it, then I'll PDF it.
So are you sure there's no way to create a
Oh,
report?
I know that there is, but I also know that there's a way to unredact when you do it that way. So I will redact as a printed copy.
How could you unredact a report
You just add
created
it.
in a software that we don't have?
Oh, no, it would be in a PDF. It's gonna be in a PDF. Do you want it in an Excel document or a PDF? I'll have to see if I can make that in an Excel document.
I would think
There's
it
only
would-
two choices.
I would think it would come as an Excel. And so if you created it as an Excel, you can just delete the columns you want to delete.
True.
I
True.
would think that'd be much easier.
Okay, let's see.
Right?
Let
But
me
I-
see
I
what
don't
my
use the
calendar looks
software
like.
daily.
I should be able to supply it, this is the 13th, by the 16th.
Okay. So I know, well, I'm told I'm in court the week of the 20th.
of December.
Yeah. I'm probably myself into January.
Oh, without a doubt. I'm not going to a budget work session this month.
Okay.
No. Nope, the holidays are coming. We're not here that much the 2 weeks around Christmas.
Right.
So, yeah,
Only
no
the
meeting for
courts
me
are.
in December.
Crazy, isn't it?
It really is. It really is.
Are you kidding? They're so behind. The court
That's
system
what
is.
the letter said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're so behind. No, they're scheduling every day possible.
Yeah.
COVID put them way behind. Okay, I'm gonna supply and no meeting set, correct? Or are you setting something in January?
We still have that in front of us. Do we want to just wait until you want a reminder in the January meeting? And if I can get a budget document out ahead of time before the January meeting, it'll give you something to review and then we can.
That
Okay.
works.
I
So-
guess, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be, I'm not going to be spending like hours and hours at budget meetings. It's your job to bring us the budget. You are to gather your information.
And I will do
supply
so
some
as soon as
budget
you give me
numbers.
the information.
Okay, that's why, but I'm just wondering, do you want to start, normally, the tail end of January, which I'm not going to be here, is when that's the earliest we've ever started having budget work sessions.
I
In
would
the
ju-
last
I-
few years, we haven't had them till February.
Might I just suggest without Della being here, we should probably wait on that rather than having to cross back over on dates.
There you go.
It just,
Bring it back at this time.
So I made a note to bring it
I
back.
just don't
on
think
the-
that's fair to start setting dates without her.
Right, yeah.
New business number 8. Motion for Whitewater Township to continue the Zoom application through 12/31/23 as a service to the residents of Whitewater Township.
Second,
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
Apologize. So does that bring us then, I think, to,
Word
That's
count.
it, because 9 was the Baird audit.
yeah,
We added that.
And I've already done that.
Yeah,
okay.
so.
No tabled items, board comments or discussions? And
I do have one comment. I
You missed your
just, I sincerely want to thank everyone here at the table for, that was a very productive discussion we had on the boat ramp and making those adjustments to get this thing moved along. And I really appreciate that. It's great input.
And next regular meeting is January 10th, 2023. Any public comment here in the township hall?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would just like to ask for a review of the Whitewater Township newsletter by the complete board before it goes out for content. There, in particular, there's so many things going on. I love the layout on the front page, the numbers, the dates of the meetings, and everything as such. However, with all the things that are going on, the cookie recipe at the bottom corner is a waste of space when you could be putting in there about other things that are really more pertinent to the time. A master plan revision process, a deputy park administrator, job description would have been very helpful instead of having it at the bottom of an article. There's just so many things, and maybe the person that's compiling this needs to have a deadline that people can conform with at least a week ahead of time, and then give some ideas if there's any extra space, what might be appropriate to give to the community. My other recommendation is if you're going to put the answer is no in the middle of the front page, and you want to reduce the amount of your lawsuit, your lawyer fees, you might want to have a little bit more consideration for the township residents and what they think. So, I don't know. Otherwise, it's great. I think I love this newsletter. Good job.
Any hands up out in Zoom land? Connie Highmore.
Good afternoon. What a great meeting that everyone participated in, and so productive. Lots of things got accomplished today. I wish that every single meeting in town hall was as productive as this one. Great job, everyone. In case I don't see you guys, Merry Christmas to everyone in the township hall. Thanks for what you do for the township.
Thank you. Melissa.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, great meeting. I was very glad to see all of the discussion and that the boat launch project is moving forward. So that is kudos to everybody working together on that. In regards to the Zoom, I want to just make a comment. You know, it's continually mentioned through public comment that the public would like to have meetings in the evening times, and whether or not the board wants to address that or change those. What I might suggest is, why don't you open up the capability through the website, at least to allow further access of the Zoom meetings that are recorded for those people who can take their evening times to review and see what's been going on at the meetings earlier in the day for a longer period of time. I mean, I know there's a lot of size capacity concerns with the Zoom recordings, and maybe that's something that can be looked further into with your IT guys. But I just want to make that comment that that might be a way to help or appease some of the public wants to have more knowing what's going on in the meetings. The survey, I don't remember now, Heidi, if that was the planning and zoning surveys you're talking about doing. I just thought, you know, from our Parks and Rec, when we do our 5-year surveys, I found it was highly successful to put a survey out electronically. You know, in today's busy world, people are not going to just stop by the town hall to sign in and put their comments. I mean, if you have an event or if you have things of public awareness, that's great. And I'm not saying that that's a bad idea. I'm just also saying that I think to introduce more electronic, easy surveys will produce a higher level of engagement. Other than that, welcome Don to our PrAC. Sorry you can't make it tonight, but next month we'll hopefully see you at the meeting. And that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. I see no other hands up. So motion to adjourn at 3:37.
Ron?
Hello, Tom.
I'll make a
Second?
motion
I need
to.
a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further
Wait a
discussion?
minute, who made the motion? Okay, because I didn't hear you make it. I heard Heidi make it, but okay. And then seconded
You
by
didn't say
Glenn.
I make a motion, you just ended the meeting.
No, I didn't. I haven't
Okay.
ended the meeting yet. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
Okay, well, if Heidi made the motion, allow Heidi to make the motion.
It's
That's fine.
done. Let's vote.
Go. Call roll.
Roll call when ready. Don't mean to step on your toes. Don't want to do that.
Oh, no, not at all.
Bowman,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
All right, thank you all. So I do apologize. I need to get to my next meeting. Tom, that's for you. So this was another meeting. So yours is about to begin in about 20 minutes or so, okay? So thanks for being early. And there'll be a new group of people come to these tables. So don't be concerned, just sit back and relax, okay? Good. Adjourned at 3:37.